Bună dimineața! Vă rog foarte mult să vă ocupați locurile ca să putem oficial să ne salutăm și să decidem că TILIA este declarat deschis. Bine ați venit la primul summit al orașelor din România, în acest loc cu încărcătură simbolică, care ne invită la o conversație de o amploare, cum spunem noi că n-a mai existat, despre viitorul orașelor din România. O să facem oficiile de a deschide acest summit cu câteva informații care se dovedesc utile. Sunt 2 zile în care suntem invitați să gândim împreună despre viziune, design urban, despre finanțare și regenerare, despre oameni și comunități. De fapt, despre rețeta unui oraș al viitorului pe care ne-l dorim cu toții. De la idei la implementare. Aceasta își dorește TILIA, pe scurt, Today Ideas and Leadership in Action. TILIA este o inițiativă a grupului Iulius, realizată de Fundația Iulius. Summitul este organizat în parteneriat cu Banca Europeană de Reconstrucție și Dezvoltare și este conceput ca un demers anual care reunește administrația publică, finanțatori, instituții financiare, arhitecți, comunități și, foarte important, mediul academic și societatea civilă, care sunt invitați cu toții într-un dialog și o colaborare orientată pentru implementarea unor idei care sunt cu adevărat valoroase. Iulius, probabil că știți cu toții, dar mă simt obligată să spun încă de la început, este cel mai important dezvoltator de proiecte mixte din România, prezent acum în Iași, Cluj, Timișoara și Suceava. Prin TILIA, grupul Iulius pune la dispoziția României un forum național. Aș spune că un forum național necesar, un forum de idei și acțiune pentru orașele în care trăim. În aceste 2 zile ale summitului vor fi mai mult de 60 de speakeri, personalități locale și internaționale ale dezvoltării urbane, vor urca pe această scenă și vor aduce perspective, studii de caz și soluții aplicate. Le mulțumim tuturor, la fel de tare cum le mulțumim partenerilor acestui eveniment, care au făcut posibil un forum aflat la prima ediție, cărei dorim, nu-i așa, o repetabilitate mare și o viață lungă. Puteți aplaudați acești parteneri, fără de care n-am fi împreună în această dimineață. Pentru cei care nu ați fost prezenți la inaugurare, pentru cei care poate n-ați aflat, sper puțini, mă simt din nou obligată să fac o precizare. Puțin, la 10 metri puțin în dreapta, în sala Henri Coandă, altă sală superbă a Palatului Culturii. E important să mulțumim de fiecare dată când putem Palatului Culturii pentru găzduirea acestui eveniment. Acolo veți găsi o expoziție excepțională a companiei Foster & Partners, una din cele mai importante companii de arhitectură din lume. Viziune, clădiri iconice, soluții aproape incredibile, proiectate unele dintre ele chiar pentru alte planete sau pentru sateliții ai Pământului. Vă invit să traversați holul și să intrați acolo. Sunt convins că o să vă placă și este de neratat faptul că expoziția este în același timp cu summitul. Câteva informații utile pentru întreaga zi, acum la început. Există căști pentru traducere simultană, pentru cine are nevoie, ele pot fi luate de la intrarea în sală. Veți vedea pe ecran, pe parcursul prezentărilor, un cod QR cu care vă puteți înscrie pentru sesiunile de întrebări și răspunsuri și vă invit să o faceți. Vă spun, cum probabil că știți, că acest eveniment este transmis live pe conturile sociale ale Palas și sper că v-ați dat acordul pentru asta. Nu vor fi neapărat prin planuri, dar e foarte important ca ceea ce se discută aici să ajungă la cât mai multă lume. Vă spun din bucătăria evenimentului că sunt înscriși aproape 1000 de oameni pentru prezență fizică sau online. Interesul este mare și probabil după 2 zile de discuții ne vom lămuri că e mai mult decât legitim. Ce mai este important de știut încă de la început? Faptul că summitul se desfășoară în paralel pe 2 scene. Aceasta este scena principală și în sala Ștefan Procopiu de la parter va mai exista o scenă showcase în care multe cazuri de bune practică în ce privește dezvoltare și regenerare urbană se vor pune în discuție. Nu uitați de voluntarii TILIA care sunt peste tot și care vă pot răspunde la orice întrebare. Vom reveni cu alte precizări și pe parcursul evenimentului. Deocamdată, pentru că poate că am uitat uitat să vă spun bun venit la Iași, poate că am întârziat să fac asta. Există un motiv, gazda noastră principală de fiecare dată când ajungem la Iași este primarul acestui oraș și îl invit să vă spună așa cum îi place să o facă și cum știe să o facă bun venit. Domnule Mihai Chirica, microfonul e al dumneavoastră. Bună dimineața!
Mulțumesc. Mulțumesc foarte mult pentru prezentare și am să preiau de unde ați rămas cu acest sincer bun venit la Iași. Mulțumim foarte mult pentru efortul făcut, tuturor celor care ați reușit să ajungeți, cei care veți veni pe parcursul acestor 2 zile și sigur cu speranța că fiecare dintre noi vom pleca puțin mai deciși în a face din acest summit, pe lângă continuitatea pe care mi-o doresc, și o școală din care să învățăm câte ceva. Salut și prezența domnului primar al municipiului Buzău, bine ați venit domnule Toma, Ordinul Arhitecților din Iași, din România, reprezentanții Foster sunt aici alături de noi și le mulțumesc foarte mult, reprezentantul Președinției României, bine ați venit și mulțumim pentru prezența Guvernului României, a tuturor instituțiilor care au fost enunțate pe ecran. De ce Iași? De ce în acest an? Are și o rezonanță istorică pe care țin să o enunț, importantă pentru noi, pentru toți românii, pentru că exact acum 100 de ani, în 2016, Iașiul redevenea capitala României. Un efort de război pe care ieșenii și moldovenii l-au dus pentru reîntregirea acestei națiuni și am spus că este bine să nu uităm niciodată ce s-a întâmplat atunci, cât de important a fost pentru evoluția noastră, a tuturor românilor, și ce sacrificii s-au făcut atunci. De ce Iași, de ce Tilia? Știți foarte bine, Iașiul este orașul teilor, aici îl găzduim pe teiul lui Eminescu de atâtea secole, am putea spune deja, un simbol a tuturor românilor, al poeziei, al lucrurilor bine făcute, al istoriei prezentului și sperăm și al viitorului nostru. Și ne întoarcem și asupra organizatorului nostru principal, Iulius Group, un moldovean care a reușit în cele din urmă să facă un brand din ceea ce face pentru întreaga națiune și a devenit și lider la nivelul întregii țări prin ceea ce face. Personal, vreau să-i reamintesc faptul că a transformat Iașiul prin primele sale proiecte, inclusiv cel din jurul Palatului Culturii, a adus un plus de valoare în orașe mari din România, cum ar fi Cluj, Timișoara, nu s-a oprit, nu se va opri și sunt convins că va continua pe același drum. Ceea ce pot să-i aduc din nou aminte este faptul că a reușit să strângă în jurul domniei sale o echipă valoroasă, care s-a pus în slujba proiectelor pe care le-a generat și au devenit din ce în ce mai buni. În general, cred că cele 2 zile vor fi foarte importante pentru noi primarii, domnule primar, pentru că ne va pune iarăși în situația de a renunța la orgoliile unor funcții și de a aduce pe scenă cei care știu să facă lucrurile acestea, fie arhitecți, oameni care se ocupă de dezvoltarea orașelor într-un mod sustenabil, finanțatori fără de care cred că nu ne putem gândi la dezvoltare și profesioniști care să le și implementeze. Rolul nostru este de a-i integra, de a-i pune la aceeași masă, de a le oferi ocazia să arate cât de buni sunt. Și sigur să nu uităm și de prezența societății civile în partea ei bună, care înțelege că dezvoltarea nu este doar un motiv al schimbării, ci este o necesitate pentru bunul mers a unei națiuni. Speranța noastră este ca această echipă să funcționeze, să-și aducă aportul fiecare dintre cei prinși în rândurile celor care își doresc binele pentru viitorul unei națiuni. Și așa cum veți auzi și pe parcursul acestor 2 zile, nu trebuie să vorbim în mod exclusiv doar despre trecut și viitor, trebuie să ne raportăm la prezentul care ne doare. Aceștia suntem, acestea sunt resursele noastre, acestea sunt posibilitățile noastre de a ne dezvolta. Haideți să le punem pe toate la muncă și împreună să facem din România țara pe care ne-o dorim. Nu înainte de a-i da cuvântul partenerului nostru principal, aș dori să o invit pe Raluca Munteanu să-i ofer un buchet de flori. Mulțumesc!
Mulțumesc foarte mult. Vă mulțumim.
Și succes!
Mulțumim foarte mult.
Mulțumesc frumos și chiar o invit pe Raluca să rămână pe scenă pentru că avem nevoie de explicații. Adică am pornit cu o discuție acum o lună că vom face o mică adunare în care oameni care știu ce vorbesc o să ne spună lucruri care o să ne ajute și am ajuns la o reuniune în care 1000 de oameni stau cu urechile ciulite să vadă cum arată ora exactă în urbanismul de viitor și care înseamnă sustenabilitate și care înseamnă oraș fericit. Până la urmă vom vorbi și despre asta astăzi. Raluca Munteanu, director de dezvoltare Iulius Mall, scena e a dumneavoastră, doamnă.
Bună dimineața tuturor! Să-mi dau seama dacă se aude bine, da? Bună dimineața tuturor! Mulțumim că sunteți aici, celor din sală și, nu în ultimul rând, celor care ne urmăresc din online. Am pornit TILIA, Today's Ideas and Leadership in Action, Summitul orașelor din România, de la o idee simplă, aceea de a aduce împreună toți cei care, în moduri diferite, modelează orașele în care trăiesc. De la cei care le guvernează, la cei care le finanțează. De la cei care le planifică, arhitecți, urbaniști, la cei care schimbă lucrurile prin inițiativele lor civice. Ne-am dorit ca TILIA să nu fie doar platforma noastră, ci un loc comun, un spațiu de dialog. De multe ori vorbim foarte mult despre trecut sau, dimpotrivă, rămânem ancorați în nostalgia, foarte mult despre viitor sau rămânem ancorați în nostalgia trecutului. TILIA este despre ce putem să facem astăzi, cu resursele de astăzi, cu provocările de astăzi. De aici și ideea de in action, un demers care își propune să ducă mai departe idei și soluții concrete. Am pornit cu entuziasmul viselor mari, n-am să vă ascund asta, credința că și orașele din România pot avea arhitectură de calitate, că pot face mai mult, că pot deveni mai coerente, mai prietenoase cu locuitorii săi. Construim acest demers la Iași, locul pe care grupul Iulius îl numește acasă. TILIA, acronimul TILIA, în latină înseamnă tei, așa cum bine s-a menționat. Nu mai spunem de ce am ales astfel acest nume. Charles Montgomery, cel pe care îl veți asculta astăzi, a petrecut ani de zile studiind ce face de fapt un oraș fericit. Și una dintre concluziile sale este surprinzător de simplă. Cel mai mult pentru oameni nu contează banii și nici statutul, e de fapt calitatea relațiilor. Iar relațiile puternice dintre oameni, dintre instituții, dintre comunități sunt baza pe care se construiește totul. Un oraș nu este o sumă de clădiri, este de fapt o sumă de încrederi. În ceea ce ne privește, grupul Iulius a construit locuri în care oamenii își doresc să meargă. Încrederea am câștigat-o în timp. La Iași, un parc abandonat a devenit un loc de plin de viață și un district de afaceri. La Cluj, relocarea unei fabrici va însemna o nouă zonă activă pentru comunitate. La Constanța, reintegrarea urbană a unei zone puternic contaminate cu petrol, fosta zonă Oil Terminal, va însemna noi oportunități pentru oraș. Prezentarea întregului concept o veți putea asculta mâine, prezentată de partenerii noștri de la Foster & Partners. De 25 de ani, convingerea noastră a rămas aceeași. Locurile care au fost ale nimănui trebuie să redevină ale tuturor. Și asta este valabil pentru toate orașele din România, orașele care n-au terminat de devenit ceea ce pot fi, care au nevoie ca administrațiile locale, finanțatorii, urbaniștii, arhitecții, societatea civilă să fie toți reprezentați în aceeași cameră. De aceea suntem astăzi cu toții împreună la Today's Ideas and Leadership in Action, Summitul orașelor din România. De aceea avem mâine un panel cu 6 primari la aceeași masă. De aceea o să vorbim despre parteneriate publice-private, despre locuința accesibilă, împreună cu unii dintre cei mai mari parteneri instituționali financiari, BERD și AFC. Vom avea prezentări de la unul dintre cele mai mari birouri de arhitectură din lume, cărora le mulțumesc. Suntem alături cu oameni care zi de zi, prin inițiativele lor civice, schimbă lucrurile, fără să aștepte să li se dea voie. Nu va fi un summit perfect, e prima ediție și învățăm, dar ce sperăm este că de la fiecare sesiune să plecați cu ceva concret, o idee, o soluție sau cu un om pe care trebuia să-l cunoașteți de mult. Suntem recunoscători tuturor celor care au construit TILIA alături de noi, parteneri, speakeri, colegi, colege, vouă tuturor că sunteți aici. Bun venit la TILIA, bun venit la Iași, eu zic să începem. Vă mulțumesc!
Cum aș putea continua decât contrazicând-o pe Raluca? Avem deja un summit perfect și am să-ți spun care e argumentul. E mult mai multă lume decât probabil că s-a așteptat cineva. Probabil că de aici, din rândul 1, când stați cu fața spre scenă, nu vedeți, dar deja este foarte multă lume care stă în picioare și asta mi se pare excepțional. N-aș spune că sunt la primul eveniment în care sunt pe scenă încercând să pun oamenii în relație. Mi-e greu să le și număr, dar rar am văzut atât de mulți oameni tineri, atât de mulți oameni curioși, atât de mulți oameni care s-au trezit foarte devreme ca la ora 9 punct să accepte că începe un eveniment așa cum și-a propus la ora exactă. Deja sunt câteva motive pentru care aș spune că succesul are toate șansele să fie până la final. Începem acest summit din nou cu niște precizări. În primul rând am uitat să mă prezint, numele meu este Irina Păcurariu și sunt jurnalist, așa încât sunt mai mult decât curioasă, poate mai tare curioasă decât dumneavoastră apropo de ce se va discuta pe această scenă. Și primul moment al summitului este semnat și probabil foarte așteptat, semnat de invitatul special al Iașului, aș spune deja. Pentru că una dintre cele mai mari companii de arhitectură din lume, Foster & Partners, a decis că Iașul merită pus pe agenda și pe harta lor de creativitate. Este această expoziție pe care o puteți vizita, care e un argument puternic și sunt multe alte lucruri din CV-ul acestei companii, din agenda personală a fiecărui arhitect, din cele câteva sute de personalități care lucrează acolo, care n-au nevoie de mare prezentare. O să vă spun care este primul panel și cine anume îl va modera și veți înțelege că nu e nevoie să-i lăudăm, pentru că ceea ce ei vor lăsa pentru umanitate spune mai mult decât orice alte cuvinte bombastice. Tema discuției va fi aproape firesc, aș spune, repere globale în design urban sustenabil. Pentru că Foster & Partners știe ce înseamnă să faci clădiri, care înseamnă, dacă vreți, evoluția umanității și, sigur, a arhitecturii. Stefan Belling, care este primul invitat special, este Senior Executive Partners și Head of Studio la Foster & Partners. Probabil că asta nu spune mult, pare o funcție mare și atât. Dar vă spun în felul următor. Semnătura domniei sale este pe următoarele clădiri. Apple Park, Cupertino. Apple, ați auzit de Apple, da? Clădirea Apple Park, a cărei machetă este în sala coandă, are și semnătura lui Stefan Belling. Sediul Bloomberg din Londra, care a primit premiul Stirling în 2019, poartă și ea semnătura lui. Sediul Parlamentului Germaniei este și el unul dintre locurile în care Stefan Belling a lucrat. Aeroportul internațional din Kuwait, unul din ultimele proiecte. A inițiat Centrul de Cercetare a Materialelor de la biroul Foster & Partners, una din cele mai mari biblioteci de materiale din lume. Este promotor al designului sustenabil, a energiei regenerabile și arhitecturii centrate pe om, pe individ. Cel care va sta de vorbă cu el este Maximilian Zilinski, poate că unii dintre domniile voastre știți, sunt doi frați care fac istorie la Foster & Partners, ei sunt români. El este senior partner, Maximilian, ca și fratele lui, a condus proiecte de masterplan pentru Masdar City, Universitatea din Kuwait, Apple Park, din nou, conduce în prezent redezvoltarea zonei Oil Terminal din Constanța, unul dintre cele mai mari proiecte de regenerare din Europa, despre care va vorbi și Raluca puțin mai devreme. Îl invit pe Steven și pe Maximilian să vină pe scenă, pentru că începe momentul lor. Nu-l văd. Hi, good morning and welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The stage will be totally yours.
Thank you very much.
And welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I didn't quite understand every word, but I think it's important to say that every time when I come to an event like this, it's not me, it's a big and wonderful team that does all this work, because I heard my name a lot, but it is a big family that does the work. Today I wanted to have two parts to this little morning talk. One is about things that we're thinking and maybe worrying about, and one is just celebrating some projects which we thought would be interesting for you. And I'm always very aware that if you give a talk, I'm going to share what I think, but in a location as Romania, with your very beautiful country, you will have obviously a different perspective. And I'm always here to actually, I think I should come here more to learn from what you do than telling you what we think. But it's difficult to have a little conversation with a group of, I don't know, 200 people in a room. But I'll tell you, it makes sense when you see what I'm talking about. What we are worried about since a very long time is our role on the planet. And that might sound very pompous, but I think at the end of the day, everyone should have the same thinking and the same approach to this. And the good thing is we have, as a company, have been doing this for a very long time. I only joined probably where the queue starts in '86, so it's not all me, but the work that we have done in the office always has related to sustainability. And it wasn't called sustainability at the beginning. I have one good thing with my lovely wife. I can't go back. We did write a book. See, I didn't want to sell a book. Now, over 30 years ago, about sustainability and solar design. So I have a clear conscience that I've not started to join the fashion movement in the last few years or months. But, you know, and I've heard you mentioned the Reichstag, but I still was a baby when we worked on the Reichstag. But even at that time, we pushed very hard to make it the most sustainable and energy efficient building that is possible at that time. And the story continues, and I will show you a few of these projects, whether we're moving traffic around in a city or whether we're recreating gardens and parks in some areas. There is a theme to it. But one thing that is stuck, and it is already way back then, in more than 30 years ago, I realized we are all from the savannah, like these guys here. And that's where we, let's say, grew up. It's a long time ago, but that's where we grew up. And since then, we have all come into environments. Now here you sit all in nice lines of chairs in a big room, and I don't know what you do for a living, but a lot of people go to work and they go into the office in the morning and they do it all day long, and they spend a long time doing things which are very unnatural to us. So I started to talk about this world that we are all, in a funny way, humans in captivity. And if you see this elephant, you go, oh, poor elephant. Is this really what you wanted? Or would you be much happier in a natural environment? And then you look at us, and we are more than 95% monkeys. We're still the same as these guys were, but we live a very different life. So what is actually the life that we should have? And of course, monkeys die much younger. Monkeys don't have heart surgery. Monkeys don't have the internet. They don't have a lot of things that we say, yeah, but we have gained so much. We would never want to go back to this. But I'm constantly worrying about what have we gained and what have we lost, and how can you find a balance of making things, not giving away heart surgery or trying to cure cancer, but how can you keep some things that maybe we have all lost on the way? That's kind of the theme. So is this what the monkeys want? Or is this the elephant in the concrete enclosure? And, then you look at office buildings. And, we've built a lot of office buildings. And every time we do it, and I kind of walk through a space and I see rows and rows of desks where bankers sit and program computers and check numbers, you go, is that actually, are we doing a good thing or are we doing a bad thing? Discuss. Then you go, some projects in the city are fully enclosed, sealed buildings. I say they're like submarines in a city. No air comes in, no air comes out. They are completely isolated spaces. Is that the dream? Yeah, is that what the monkeys have been dreaming of, instead of being in the jungle with all the green and all the mess? So it's interesting that people love to go back to nature. If they have a holiday, they do different types of holidays. They might go for walks in the mountains. They might try to find their paradise. Very few of them go to a railway station to spend a lot of time in a very busy place, or they go into a very big air-conditioned whatever space. You're all seeking nature. And that's why I come back to Romania. You have some of the best nature in Europe for sure, but definitely one of the best, some of the best natures there is. You have the best forest. You have beautiful, beautiful countryside. So I'm not telling you something that you don't know. I'm only telling you something. You have something so precious. Don't thrive for trying to get into big cities. Is basically a simple message. We then got into science, and I'm not a scientist, even though I did teach at university, but I'm fascinated that there are professors here in Pennsylvania. They test what is the stress level of people that are in an urban setting and what is the stress level in people that are in a green setting. And there are different parts of your brain that gets activated or stressed out. Yeah? We, for many years, tried in a very humble way with these headsets, trying to measure your brain waves that are happening if you walk through the countryside or whether you walk through any urban settings. Can this guy spot which area in a building is more relaxing and which area in a building is less relaxing? Yeah, we've now combining this with AI, so you don't see just the brain waves. You can see what is the eye tracking, finding out if someone walks this route, and you can see the red areas, there was some stress, but you can actually see with this little camera that looks at your eyes, you can see what are your eyes looking at, what are the eyes seeing, and how is your brain reacting to this. Yeah, University of Pennsylvania is doing research on it, University of Cambridge is working on it, and you can basically start to study why do different spaces influence us in different ways. So the simple message which I've got is there is, let's call it a doubt in the scientific world that life in the city might be not as healthy as you think. Again, if you live in a village, you say, I know that. But I lived in a city for, well, I'm with Foster & Partners 38 years, so that's how long I live in London. My children grew up in London. There's a scientific paper in Germany, University of Heidelberg, that says if children between 0 and 15 grew up in a city, the likelihood of them having anxiety and any mental disorder is 30 times higher than if children grew up in a rural village environment. I find that quite shocking. Yeah, I look at my children and go, I did it for a career. Was this actually the best thing for you? Would it have been much better for you to run around in the countryside and climb on much more trees than we bring you to the school and we take you back home again every morning? Yeah, maybe that was a mistake. But I think it's an interesting thing, and I hope more people will study it because it's a very interesting topic. But moving away just from my little thoughts and hopefully celebrating life in beautiful villages in Romania, What I also think what is important is we as architects have always focused on the two heads. And I think the future is that we have to focus much more on the space in between. And the space in between, I think, is going to a really interesting transition. Through my lifetime, obviously the automobile has been incredibly powerful and, let's say, dominating. But at the end of the day, every time technology changes, sorry I didn't tell you about this story, something happens to our streets. So those streets you saw in the early days when people would still throw their rubbish into the street and all those things from the lavatories would go through the streets. Streets got cleaned up more and more. They got more and more segregated for pedestrians, for bicycles, nowadays for buses and cars. There's also a segregation downwards for the subway and the sewage system, etc. Every time a new technology comes, it changes the street, it changes the space in between. And the fascinating thing is, what will happen now if transport changes? You know, I am very fortunate enough, you know, with Max, I heard you mention it earlier, we have worked a lot in California for the last 15 years. So sometimes we go to California almost every month. So in that period of time, the traffic in San Francisco has changed. First, these Waymo cars started. Now they're everywhere. The Uber drivers are saying that 40% of their business is now gone because of robo-taxis. So if in the future I don't have to own a car, there is one of these, whatever it looks like, and it just comes when I want it to come, and it goes again. I don't have to drive to work in the morning. I go in one of these things wherever I want to go. Then I work, and this car can do whatever the car wants to do and pick someone else up or do other business. Maybe I don't need parking, like we did parking. We have a lot of projects where we're still building very big parking structures. Maybe no one will need big parking structures for 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 cars. Maybe it is all going to be about where do I meet my robotaxi. So it's going to be a very interesting period. I'm sure for the next 5 or 10 years, things will change very dramatically, and the spaces in between the buildings can change dramatically. Maybe there is a lot less parking on the street because the little robotaxis sleep, I don't know where, but they don't have to sleep here in my street that I want to enjoy as a pedestrian. Oops. Next topic, but I want to just scratch it. Robots are, I'm pretty sure, will come. And my simple question is, where are they? Where do they move? Where do they move on the streets? And where will they move in the buildings? And we're working on projects which I can't talk about, but for big laboratory buildings where they are sure that they will have robots. And it's clear robots and humans could go together in the same corridor and in the same route. And they could go, I don't know, on the cycling lane, on the pavement. But there is a problem that robots can move much faster than humans can. And it would be crazy to make them go extra slow. And the other problem is robots have to be super polite because of safety. You can't get an elevator to work for humans and robots. The robots will be way too polite and always let the people go first because the elevator looks full. If I see an elevator that looks full, I say, excuse me, and I kind of try to push into the elevator. The robot cannot do that. So on a subway system or on a bus, the robot will have to wait for half an hour and let all the buses go through because they look full and they don't know how to do it. So there is a whole problem of the safety of all these robotic systems and how they will interact with humans. And my whole question, maybe that wasn't clear at the very beginning, where will they go? Above ground, below ground? Where is the circulation space for robotic systems? So again, we enjoy using technology, and we always say you have to use technology not for technology's sake, but to make life better for people, to actually, for social means, to make the overall interaction of people better. So we simulate with wind what is the comfort in a city. How does the wind move through a city? Don't optimize it for the cars, optimize it for the comfort of people. Where is the sun? Which space would you think is a good place to sit? This is in a very hot country. You do not want to sit in the red areas. So you could actually take every city and analyze it systematically, and what's the quality of the outdoor space. We go back to cities, we measure the temperatures, what happens in the city, we measure the temperature before the construction and after the construction to see if what we think is going to happen does actually happen. Because architects and urban planners, we all think we know everything. The truth is we don't. And you have to check whether your idea is actually working or not. Yeah, and you can see, this is just giving you examples that you can simulate all these things today, and we have all the tools, and I think that will actually help us to make better cities. Another city, now we're getting into a few projects. Yeah, this was just for you to think, or to know what we are thinking and worrying about. This is Trafalgar Square in London about 20 years ago. It was a big roundabout. This space, this is the National Gallery in the back, and there's a space where you could not really get to because it was surrounded by traffic. It has similarities here, it's very difficult to cross. And you can see the man doing it in his freestyle. These tourists were pushing through. We also did an analysis. This is all our analysis 20 years ago. The red dots are tourists. The blue dots were Londoners. We actually had questionnaires, people standing on the street. So the only people that actually went onto that square feeding the pigeon in Trafalgar Square were tourists. Normal people would just bypass it, yeah? It's nothing important and nothing good. We then worked with another group, they're called Space Syntax, a fantastic group in London by Bill Hillier. They actually analyzed the people flow all over an area. This is a big area of central London. And the intensity of the color shows you how many people walk in a direction. So, and you can basically do, so if I do this, will the people move in a different way? And if I do that, will that change it again? And if I do this, how will it change and how will it affect it? And this is Trafalgar Square before it. You can see it is like a traffic island. Traffic goes all the way around it. National Gallery is at the top. And if you in the next click, you can see this is what we did. And this is quite a serious bit of heart surgery. It's in the middle of London, and we changed the traffic flow completely. Huge politics, etc. You can see what is really left is a tiny, let's call it roundabout. The traffic at the stop is completely gone. It's all pedestrianized. But the impact to London has been enormous. From this in front of the National Gallery, it is like this. It's full of people, Londoners, international people, tourists come. Yeah? Big concerts happen in the square all the time. And it has become the place in London where anything gets celebrated. It is now London's living room for Londoners. And we thought that is, in some way you could say, well, what have you done? You've just closed the street and put a few stairs in and a few benches. But it has changed the city more than most projects. Pedestrian movement is up by 13%. The walking time is halved. The congestion is down by 30%. And CO2 consumption is down by 16% because people and cars can drive through it quickly. And it has added 122 million to public transport. So it's a huge story, which not a beautiful architectural intervention, but just by hopefully thinking and analyzing and then making it happen in a city. If you now look at another project, which is a different angle, this is Duisburg, a big industrial area in Germany. This was a master plan. The whole area was full of old warehouses. This is not a happy picture, but it shows where one of the silos is being destroyed. All of this harbor basin was very heavily polluted, lead and all heavy metals at the bottom of it. Duisburg is one of the biggest European inland harbors. So it's hugely important was hugely important for the German economy. they were so brave, we built a dam. They took the water out, all of the soil, and cleaned up the basin, the bottom of the basin, and we turned it back into, let's call it, a happy place, where people can now swim, they can go and kayak, and they can enjoy life. We went even further in this area down here. This is all part of the master plan and visualizations. This residential area, we took waterways. I don't have a pointer, sadly, but you can see them coming in from this new freshwater basin. We took the positive energy into the area, you can see it here, and added even more water. So people in a very poor area, you have to imagine Duisburg is one of the poorest areas within Germany. They now have great housing, great apartments, a great quality of life, and well, you can see it's one of the projects we're proud of. But it's a big, bold move, and it's not super dramatic architecture, but it has hopefully made people's lives a bit better. Bloomberg is more dramatic on another end of the spectrum, but I'm showing it for, let's say, the technology and how we think. So this is in the middle of London, in the middle of the square mile, next to the Bank of England. This is money and power all the way around you. And Mike Bloomberg, who is a very visionary person, a very important mayor of New York, as you know, we decided to not build a tower. It's low, and even have the public going through the middle of the site. You see models in the exhibition next door. Here you see the Bloomberg building with all its shading, beautiful bronze facade, but all the analysis was done. How will the weather be affected by the building? How does the wind move? How many areas of sun are on which facade, and design the shading for it. We try to get to the best comfort for the people. And for that, we decided the building should be naturally ventilated. And it's a very, very big building, but fresh air and real good air should come all the way through the building. And for that, we build enormous fish tanks. We call it a fish tank. It's obviously not a fish tank. It's a tank at the University of Cambridge, and airflow is simulated by color in the water and temperature, and you simulate how it moves throughout the building. We build enormous mock-ups. This is built in a space just to test it. This is checking the air movement. Here's Lord Foster looking at a mock-up. These were to check that we get the air movement to happen, but the acoustics. Because you say you can't have natural ventilation and normal opening windows in the middle of the city of London with all the traffic and the noise and the pollution. So the air goes through a tortuous route to still come to the people in a natural way. A lot of sophistication, a lot of work, but it is, for someone who's passionate about sustainability, the right answer if you want to do a naturally ventilated building in the middle of the city. Another amazing example of working with a very envisioned and enlightened leader. This was Apple Park in Cupertino for Apple, for Steve Jobs. Here, the project is called Apple Park, and the whole story was that the vision was to bring the landscape back to the Silicon Valley. And this is what the site looked like 100 years ago. Again, you have beautiful orchards in Romania. The Silicon Valley had it. They destroyed everything, and now they're spending a lot of money to bring it back again. But in the time when we started the site, it's a very big site. You see these two plots. It's about 100 acres, and it was all a Hewlett-Packard site with all these big white rectangular buildings and parking everywhere. And we said the dream is not to see any cars and to introduce 12,000 people in one location. And this is what we actually achieved. This is the true building at the end of construction. And you can see this is how much area was sealed. All sealed was asphalt, all for cars. And then this is it in the future. And obviously the ring is now where the building is. Yeah? We build enormous models back then. We love landscape, and it is almost that we feel the landscape is just as much as important as the building is if you design a project in today's world. Yeah? Yeah? And here you are in the building, and you can go outside and pick your apples and your apricots to live. Yeah? All these things inside of the building are orchards. One thing that we also said, sorry, it's not clicking, is maybe I'm boring you. We did all the analysis of the natural ventilation. How does the air move around the building? How does it move? I learned that from Apple. If your phone doesn't work, you have to shake it. It's not working. Okay. Well, we're going to go faster now. You can see beautiful views from the building into the landscape. We thought everyone should always feel connected to the landscape, to the orchards, to the views out, to the hills in the distance. You can't see anything else except the beautiful nature. So I'm now slightly irritated by my not clicking. Yeah, but here, very similar to Bloomberg, this is cutting through the building, this is inside the building, outside of the building, and how does the air move into the building, through the building, and out again. And always remember, when we do that, it's natural ventilation. What by us is, how do you get nature to come in? We had a lot of philosophical discussions. You should sit at your desk and you should smell when the grass is cut. There is an amazing moment when you sit, what's that smell? Someone has cut the grass, and it's lovely, and it does something to your head. And I'm getting older, but I think we will find out in research there is a real scientific reason why you like that. Sorry, I think, Max, you need a new clicker. Yeah, again, analysis of comfort inside the building. See, you can now analyze anything. How does the person feel? How does the square and the city and the street feel? Oops, okay, that was a bit too quick. The whole roof is covered in photovoltaic. The entire building is CO2 neutral. It's the biggest photovoltaic installation integrated in a building in the world. And more orchard trees now, it is clicking, yeah? Beautiful ponds for people to relax. We think if you have a stressful environment, you have to spend a lot of time thinking the opposite. It's yin and yang. If you really want to do, in the world's best research facilities, focus on the place where people can relax and recharge their batteries. You cannot be on all the time, yeah? The landscape in the Steve Jobs Theatre. Another example now is, now getting stressed, I have to hurry up. This is the Piazza Liberty in Italy. Interesting, a square that was used for parking in the middle of Italy. And what we did is we created an Apple store. We did many Apple stores with Max and the team. We created about 50 of the biggest Apple stores in the world. And this is a sunken plaza where people can sit and watch the fountains, and then they can enter through here. And we had the romantic idea that you would walk into a fountain, and there's glass on each side, and you go through the water down into a very big Apple store at the bottom. So we decided not to put a store on the side, but put the store underground and create a piazza for the people. And it's difficult for you to understand, but this is when you're walking down into the store, and that's when you're looking up and you see the fountains on both sides. But we always believe you have to create experiences that people very quietly can enjoy, whether they shop or they not shop. It is something that they can feel and enjoy. And this is my last project, and this is very important. Let's say it's very small, but this is a project for the late Queen Elizabeth, who passed away a few years ago, and this was just launched 2 days ago with the King. And I haven't washed my hands for 2 days, so maybe I should not shake more hands. And this is a very careful integration of a big piece of park. This is in London, in St. James's Park, near Buckingham Palace, and it is a whole route of about, how many acres, do you know, or hectares? 60 acres. So it's quite a big piece of park in a very, very special area of London. And this is a sculpture by Yinka. You can see it all over the internet. The world media is kind of pumping it everywhere. And it is lots of different places to think. And here's a bridge that is inspired by the Queen's tiara. And this is an all-glass balustrade that hopefully people will come and see in a few years' time and be reminded of the Queen in a hopefully very positive way. All right, I'm sorry for my slightly delayed clicking. Thank you. And now I'm introducing Max Zielinski and his brother Daniel, and Susanna is also here, and Nick. They are the team working on many of these beautiful projects, particularly here, the Julius Mal, and I just want to also thank Julius and especially Mr. Daskelu, because without him, we wouldn't be working here, and I wouldn't be here today. And I think he's one of the very enlightened, visionary leaders that we can all learn from. And I'm very grateful. Thank you. But now Max Zielinski is going to take it away.
Hello? Okay, so I'll do this mic. Well, it's good listening to Stefan. We met more than 20 years ago. I was studying in Stuttgart and also listening to one of his lectures, and yeah, now again, so long after, and he's still my professor nowadays. I'm going to talk to you about a project quite dear to our heart, right outside of this building. It's the extension of the current retail and entertainment areas, but more importantly, the space in between the park and everything around it. As everywhere else, although I'm from Romania, from Bucharest, we start by really understanding the place, and we brought many of our colleagues, I mean, you'll meet some of them today, in understanding what we're dealing with and really getting into the place, its culture, education, heritage, and so on and so forth, meeting a lot of you. And so we look at things from various angles. We have quite a large team in London specialized in various areas and trying to balance things out. It is a place full of history, but we also come here with a vision for the future. It's heritage, but we want to be visionary at the same time, and so on and so forth. Yeah, you can play these in every way, because why it's important is we're designing for all of you, for the whole city of Iași and beyond. It's going to be a destination, and some of the stakeholders are here. Yeah, we're not just designing for the client. We've been blessed, so it's the whole site around the Palace of Culture that we've been looking at, and we never look only at this area, we look way beyond it. We were looking at a vision master plan for the buildings that are currently in use, and also, as mentioned, quite an important part of it, looking at the landscape and the outdoor spaces and how to bring more energy, more life, and more nature into them. We went very ambitious, yeah. We looked closely at the past, all the layers, the history of the place. We looked at the present, what works and what doesn't work specifically, but then really being ambitious and trying to see how we could transform this to even better. Even yesterday we had a very important meeting on history, and we'll have many more in understanding these layers. It was a very important place in the city. Everything that we see around has memory, has history, and we want to bring them through life. What's also quite revealing is it transformed from a royal court into quite a public space, both the building where we're at, so we now can all enjoy it, but also the park and the spaces outside which we can all go into. It was not the case throughout the history, so we have to rethink how we engage with this space. This is how it looks today, and in a way similar to all these examples, Trafalgar Square and so on, you can see the image is dominated by a lot of asphalt, parking spaces, bollards, cables. There's a lot of things you don't like on this image, except of the palace, yeah, which is an amazing building. So we went into testing ideas and bringing nature back, creating a pedestrianized environment, tailoring it for people's needs. And if you look at, say, one of the conclusions, I think we're far from having finished this project. We're adding a variety of different spaces, and I'll come to it. This hidden layer, the archaeology, the history, the memory of the place has to be brought to life, and so we're starting to develop and integrate these moments through the master plan. I mean, this is just an intention of how some of them could be brought to life and experienced as a visitor. Another important moment in the history of this area was Ștefan cel Mare Boulevard meeting the tower, basically what you're seeing there. And it used to be a lot more built. It used to be a narrower street. It was 30 meters at times or even narrower, and you would get much closer to the palace before experiencing the plaza. And what we're recreating, and in discussion with the municipality, the historians, we're not proposing at the moment to build anything, but to recreate some of that experience to planting, through the canopies, through the low-level planting. And Nick will, actually, you can speak to him afterwards, he's our head of landscape, he knows a lot more details about these. Implementing and integrating the archaeological grounds that have been already revealed, so that's in between the palace and the shopping area, and really celebrating those as part of the master plan. There's going to be a variety of character areas. Now, if you go behind the palace, you will see there's already structured spaces. People are using the lawns, the lake, the restaurants, the terraces, but a lot less towards the front of it and to the sides where we focused our energy. And we introduce the family and leisure area to the side with a series of lakes and outdoor spaces. The esplanade with outdoor cafes and restaurants and many other functions, and then a more formal appearance at the front of it. All of these spaces together create, as we call it, this necklace filled with pearls, each of the spaces being really special. And just going quickly, and I'll just focus on a few of them because there's so many. We need a full hour probably to go through them, but the front of the palace would become pedestrianized, all the cars have been removed. We're proposing a shallow water body that can reflect the beauty of the palace, and almost like a continuous bench all around the perimeter so people can enjoy, can read a book, can have their lunch in the shade of a tree. So it's quite simple, but we think very effective. This is the esplanade, so there's the children's theater just off it. It's the area that way if you come out. And again, it's restructuring that. There are outdoor areas, but we want to unify the language. We want to add planting, landscape, have these shaded, protected spaces. On the other side of the building, so it's on this side as you come out, there's not much happening. So the point was to use the topography to add a series of water bodies, create a destination, and introduce also as part of this a lot of playground areas for children, something that's generally missing in this central part of the city. At the end of these cascading gardens, the view opens towards the lawns at the back of the palace. It's the lake. We'd like to keep and introduce even more lawns so people can just sit on it. Everything is accessible through ramps, so every point of it, although the topography is very accentuated around the palace, we'd like everyone to be able to enjoy it. And similar to Apple, because I think we want to take as many life lessons as possible also into here, we looked at the green areas now, and they're not bad to be honest, but we managed to increase it by a whole third, by 34%, and it's predominantly that forecourt. It's everything as you look out of this window. There's a whole traffic study that was done by the municipality. A whole lane will disappear. The tram will be rerouted. There's many interventions that help achieve these numbers. And if we look very briefly also at the buildings, because we're also looking at the buildings, this is how we actually started, and through doing the buildings, we also started looking at the landscape, which became almost the main project. We looked at everything that you see in orange and started to evaluate what could be done better. And sure, you've seen the landscape as a first step now, which was almost in a hierarchy the last step, but it became so important. And we looked what could be done, and we wanted more permeability. We wanted the back of the city, all the neighborhoods around it, to be able to access the palace and the gardens in a more natural way. So we looked at the entrances, the wayfinding, and even sculpting the buildings through time, through the different projects. Is to consolidate the whole circulation, a pedestrianized, vibrant shopping street that would replace the traffic. Looking at the elevations, so we want to create a unified architecture that doesn't compete with the palace. It's really important that we are, in a way, secondary, but still, contemporary expression of it. And then something that you'll see in a few images later is opening up, for example, the atrium space. That whole shopping mall invites nature in and creates an indoor-outdoor plaza, as well as bringing landscape onto the buildings, this fifth elevation, the rooftops. Of course, with a very capable and knowledgeable team from the client side, developing a whole program of new experiences to bring people into this campus, functions that are up and coming, generating more visitors and keeping the place alive. So just ending with a few images just to show a before and after. That's the most effective way of looking. This is the street, those little pavilions on the left separate the park from the street, and then there's a grocery store at the base. And through many studies and iterations, we proposed changing it to a pedestrianized street, creating a narrower, a more human experience here with planting, with the scale of the buildings, with the shade, with everything around it to improve that. Similarly, this entrance to the mall itself, which again, if you look critically at it, there's a drop-off, there's little pavilions, there's paving. It's quite unstructured, and we want to clean that up. We want to create almost the inverse thing. We open up the access, you see inside where there's going to be an amazing light feature, and the circulation is easy readable. The back of the campus as well it's the opposite of pedestrianized. It's a drive-through, a KFC, so it's a place you don't really access. It's an entry to the mall. And rethinking that whole drop-off situation and a complete new entrance for the event halls and shopping mall. The rooftops, really unutilized, beautiful views throughout. This is the westerly sun, so the sunset is happening towards this side. It's the best place probably to be in the evening or in the afternoons. So the events hall will relocate here and the garden will extend on top of the rooftops. And probably, and finally, the biggest gesture to the building is opening up this entire facade. So this is facing the palace. It's on the other side, and there's also 14 meters level difference, so impossible for people, or very hard for people to move around. We proposed opening up that facade. The whole atrium space now opens towards the palace, which is behind this view. An indoor-outdoor plaza that really activates this middle level. If you look at it in an axonometric view, the top plaza on the left there is connected now with the lower one through this intermediate one that becomes a special moment that gets people in, and also inside you actually feel as if you're almost outside. We've created many simulations on lighting and planting as well. This is a view from the inside looking out. You don't know where the palace is, but the palace is right behind it. So by removing some of the program, some of the stores, this is what you'll get. Yeah, an enormous opening, full height, direct connectivity to the archaeological grounds and to the palace itself. And I'm just closing it with a little film that was done last year in a way, but so the design keeps evolving. But I'll let you understand a bit more of the experiences that are added into the project. It would be great if it would have sound, please. I think it doesn't work without sound, but Until the sound comes, I can explain. So this is the transformation I was talking about. There's a direct connectivity from inside towards the outside now by removing some of the shops. This is the existing building and how it would transform into a complete new plaza that invites you all the way in. Also, the internal spaces, all of them now have a visual connection to the palace, so inviting this feature into the building. We're using almost entirely the existing structure. The roof, the columns, you'll ask yourself, oh, why are they? Because we want to work with the existing fabric. We don't want to waste material, we don't want to waste resources, and so it's been an extremely, and it still is, complicated project. There's no way to get the sound? No. Okay, so this is the new entrance and the children's theater as well. It's an important access that will be retained. There's going to be new pavilions designed for the project. This is the promenade at the esplanade level, filled with cafes and restaurants, outdoor auditorium and event spaces. We started thinking about, floor patterns, bringing in the identity of the place, working with artists, thinking how that could be best actually built. This was a previous iteration of that entrance towards the back, an entrance to the events hall on the rooftop. So suddenly this third level opens up towards the palace. It's almost at the grade. And then a big focus on landscape and nature. These experiences have all been changed, so the water features, the lake has been redesigned and scaled, the front of the palace, children play areas. Yeah. I think there's a different project for the archaeological site that we're incorporating as part of our design. And also, maybe not mentioned enough, but we also looked quite carefully at the architecture as well and how that could work in relationship to the existing building and the existing context, which is very mixed ultimately within this plaza. There's going to be a sculptural light feature that would bring natural light and as well illuminate the space in the evening. Okay, it would have been a lot more fun with music and words, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
O să-l invit din nou, I would like to invite Stefan again on the stage. Maximilian. Și e felul în care, de fapt, anunțăm un moment în care expertiza globală a Foster & Partners se va întâlni cu perspectiva particulară, locală, pe care o aduc arhitecții din România. E unul dintre scopurile pe care acest summit le are, să aducă exemple excepționale de bună practică cu intenții care au nevoie de soluții pentru a fi puse în practică. Acest panel va fi moderat de către Emil Ivănescu, care este președintele Ordinului Arhitecților din România. Vă rog să luați loc. O să vină între timp și voluntari care ne vor, oriunde doriți. Wherever you like. Emil Ivănescu e unul dintre moderatori, împreună cu colegul de la Iași, care va fi co-prezentator al acestui moment. Curiozitățile locale, cum spuneam, vor fi față în față cu membrii importanți ai echipei Foster. Suzanne Dans, de la Foster & Partners, care a fost și la vernisajul expoziției, este în sală, ne va ajuta, este deja instalată, și Nick Haddock, care este șeful peisagistilor de la Foster & Partners, care va fi alături de colegii din România. Alin Hoblea reprezintă Ordinul Arhitecților de la Iași. Vă las cu toate curiozitățile și reamintesc tuturor celor din sală că vom reveni cu un cod QR care vă ajută să vă înscrieți la sesiunea sesiunea de întrebări, de Q&A, care va exista de fiecare dată la finalul discuțiilor. La fel cum o să vedeți în curând și un QR care creează dacă vreți, un vibe comunitar aici. E un grup de WhatsApp unde veți primi update despre summit. Și mai spun acum, pentru că e un moment potrivit, că rugămintea este ca de fiecare dată când anunțați în social media, când postați imagini sau idei de aici, să nu uitați să precizați că există acest TILIA, să dați un hashtag la eveniment, ca în conștiința publică, având în vedere că este prima ediție, să fie mai ușor de identificat. Mulțumesc și succes!
So, thank you very much. I would like to thank you the summit, Julius, for this event, and Iasi. Iasi has a lot of friends, very nice people, and that's why things happened very good here. So it's an opportunity also for us to be with you, and also thank you, Max, for everything. So I would like to ask you something. Seems like if you like, our paradigm right now at the international level is to build or not to build, or something like that. Or, for example, as you explain, to make architecture or to make nature, something like that. How do you explain this kind of duality right now in all this field of architecture and industry also, please?
We probably need about 2 hours to discuss this.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Look, I mean, I try to kind of get my thoughts at the beginning. That I think it is the topic. It is the topic. So I don't think there is here, this is how you do it. I mean, I would try, because I tried to think about what is the title of the talk. I think you have to try to make every project should say, does it make humans and nature thrive? And thriving, I think, is quite a good English word. I mean, I'm German, so even saying thriving is a bit of a difficult one with it. But it's not grow, but if you say the garden should grow, that's a good thing. If you say the city and the village has to grow, that maybe is not such a good thing. So it has to get better, healthier. So I think we need healthier places for people, and more potential for nature to, in some areas, just to come back. Yeah, we've killed it, we took it out, so let it come back. And the great thing about nature, I think nature can heal. Yeah, it takes time, like a garden, it takes time. Yeah, so for this area here outside to heal, I think that again is the positive. Maybe not on day one, but in 10 or maybe in 20 years or in 100 years' time, you look at it and go, God, this is beautiful. Yeah, like as I say, I walk through nature, I walk through a park and go, thank God someone designed that park 100 or 200 years ago. And I always say it's almost like a message in a bottle. Let's hope they knew how good it is, but now it is here and I can enjoy it. So both things you have to kind of push in parallel, I think. And the modernist movement has maybe pushed one thing a bit too much and the other not enough. So it's just adjusting it a bit. I mean, but it's a very long topic.
Yes, last year I've been to Copenhagen Biennale,
yeah?
And it was a discussion, large panels with very big architects, not big, the company, and sustainable developers and ecological stuff and so on, and the people from EU with the nature politics, you know. And actually the architects said, we like these policies of nature and so on, but it's very hard to introduce in the construction field, very hard. They are very cost a lot, and Actually, their question was how to implement these policies. That was very good at the international and planetarium scale, but they are very hard to work with. They cost a lot. How can we make a balance between them? Max or Stefan, if you...
Well, my quick answer, and then Max will answer. We have to ask Mr. Daskalo. No, you have to actually, there are enlightened clients
Yes.
who believe in it and who make it happen, yeah? At Julius, they invest a lot in landscape, and they understand that it is good for the long term of a project, yeah? And, you know, some people don't see it, but I mean, the good thing, there are enough people in the world that do see it. So Max, you do it better.
There is obviously an advantage of having even an economical one, which you can't deny, with having more greenery. People really like it, people enjoy it, and that's why they come to a place like here, and to add more brings them benefits from, well, for the entire community. And it actually is something that they can quantify. And you say maybe it loses some square meters, but it gains a lot of other aspects. What we noticed here in Iași as well, walking and seeing it through the years, is also the municipalities doing, you know, their part. There is almost like a competition, call it, between public and private, who has the better maintained parks and public realms. And it is interesting because everyone can contribute, whether it's a small plot of land through regulations or big private investors such as Julius, but others as well that can actually change things. Yeah. Planning, of course, is the biggest, and I think that's where you need to start if you want the biggest impact.
Actually, it's a study, European study, says that if at the project level you implement all these ecological and circularity principles, you economy like 80%. 80% of resources you make economy if you implement this kind of principle. It's a study, it's an European study, so maybe this could be an argument for this kind of attitude. But actually it was a problem, even in Copenhagen, which is rich as a city.
It's good to have time to think. I mean, I've just been to France, and I think I always find it fascinating. You go to other places, and I've walked through Nîmes and Aix-en-Provence, two small towns in France. Their landscape design, their pavements, their plazas, they're designed so beautifully. I went to learn and look and photograph the details and go, wow, it's just beautiful and quality. And someone there explained they know by investing in all of the outside world, the value of the whole city goes up. People want to be there, invest in apartments, build more projects. So the whole city economy benefits, and they've got it. And, you know, as I say, I'm a German boy living in London, but I went to learn, not as a learning trip, I was with my family, but I was just amazed, yeah? It's so high quality. So, and I think it is really investing in the future. You know, the city with a beautiful city, beautiful pavement, beautiful trees, every property will actually go up in value, yeah? It's hardcore money and benefit that people will have, but it's the space in between. Invest, invest, invest. Yeah?
Suzanne, please.
Sorry.
Yes, I mean, there's clear benefits to humans about this as well. In the workplace, for example, there's lots of studies that being close to nature, having a nice view, daylight, all of that actually increases people's productivity. So that's also, I think, a point that needs to be considered in all of this.
I think, you know, I'm an anomaly. I'm a landscape architect in an architect's practice, so I look at it in a slightly different way, perhaps a little, as Suzanne says. The cost saving is greater than just that sort of those few pounds that you might save for saving some space. The cost saving to society the way you can create a society by bringing them together in landscape. I'll talk a bit about it this afternoon. But the way in which, the fragmented societies that we see and the cost that that is to the economy can be repaired through providing valuable, productive landscape is fundamental. And when architecture acknowledges that and works with the landscape, the benefits are all around. The working environment, the way in which people are working is changing. The spare time that they have to go and engage with landscape. There's a lot of issues around city. As I said, I'll talk about it later this afternoon. There are a lot of issues affecting society that landscape has shown to provide a lot of positivity towards. So it's an investment that will pay off, I think.
Okay. The discussion started at the moment, and the first idea was what is the most sustainable way to build, and we wondered if it's not, if you don't build at all. But continuing that idea, actually, we focused on the differences between the limits, the inner building, the buildings that are meant to protect us, and the exterior place nearby the buildings that meant landscape or whatever. But I think the main focus should be on the human being. And of course, by thinking about that, do you think that is the place for human being in this complex system that we developed in our cities?
No, that's a really interesting one, because often when we think about landscape, we think about protection. We think about you must protect this landscape, which is a big part. But essentially that then sees development as a kind of a wave of attack on the landscape. And what we really need to do is to find a way of bringing those two things together, making a landscape that is suited to being engaged with the human society, rather than just being a line between destruction and development. So that's something that we're looking to do. And we do that through engaging with ecologists and social anthropologists and fostering partners. We've got a very wide structure of people who can give us that information, and when you put them together, you start to find ways in which one thing empowers another, and it just builds on, like sustainability. When you do one thing, it kind of, oh look, there's another result to it, it's worked again. It constantly improves. So the more people you ask, more experts, the more people you engage with, as we have at Palace, the more people who are engaged with it, the better the product.
Thank you. And by doing we saw that presentation, and the amount of work is tremendous, actually, studying how can we improve the way that the buildings are protecting us and helping us to use them better. How do you think about that? What do you think about that? What's the direction for the future? For the buildings to protect us and to connect us with the exterior part of the buildings?
Number one, I think buildings maybe I want to finish, because I was thinking of what he discussed with Nick. I think it's not, is it people or nature? It's the third thing, for example, the damage caused by the automobile. If you just take that bit of human history out, decide how much human history do you want to talk about? 10,000 years of building cities, or maybe 12,000, or do you look at 100 or 1 million years? But let's just take the last 10,000 years. The car period has been call it the fossil fuel age, which is 120 years. It's a teeny amount of time. In that time, I think a lot of the damage has happened. And that's why I'm a naive hoper for whatever it is it robotic cars or something? If you can kind of get that to be repaired, people will benefit from it and nature will benefit, because you have a lot of space that was just given to the automobile. So that's one thing, which I think is just take one of the, in that group of people in the boat, one of them is really disruptive. But that's one thing. And on the people side and buildings, I think, And I think it is my way of looking at the modern movement in a negative, it's like modern movement mixed with capitalism and investment and return. Buildings have been too efficient in terms of, it's almost like when farming went from chicken running around on the field to putting chicken in a chicken factory. Yeah, like this, or cattle, they don't run around on a field or in the mountain, they just all uncaged. So we humans also said, I can make an office building much, much, much more efficient. But it was the efficiency thinking that I think is again counter the human world. And let's, in a simplistic world, let's not give people nature back in buildings, but at least live their lives like a free-range chicken instead of a factory chicken. That's already a good start. Do you know what I mean? It's a different way of looking at it. It's how do you keep humans? Yeah, what's the zoo? What's the perfect zoo design for humans? All right.
Let's ask philosophers.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, another topic, please. You are a huge global company in architecture, so you have a view all around. What do you think is the future of our profession? Because we talk about with lots of international organizations, AA, and all this, also our organizations. Everybody is a little bit like that. It's a huge questions. I want to be diplomatic and not say that it's not very happy. So, from your point of view, what is the future of our profession, also regarding technological development, AI and so on and so on? How can we improve our profession to go further, to go in the future? Also, because this summit, it's interesting. It's a link between administration, public administration, and professionals. So in Romania, we need this input, this dialogue, real dialogue. How it's in London, in England, for example? Please.
Do you have any easy questions?
No.
Well, what is the future?
We have a hard life.
What is the future? You know, of course, we're not futurologists, but funny enough, I also say, well, we always say we're not futurologists, but our projects quite often take 10 years and even longer. So the design of something, and by the time the chicken or whatever, the project comes out of the egg, is 10 years later. So yes, we do think about the future. That's one problem. And I think it has never been harder in my life than it is right now. That's why I'm saying, I don't know, what is all this robotic stuff, and are the cars going to change, or is it all science fiction talk? At this moment, I think there will be change. I'm not saying I don't think Stefan doesn't think it's science fiction. So something quite dramatic is changing. I think it's bigger than what we had in our lifetime. So the obvious question is AI for our profession. Yeah, whether I have a robo-taxi or not doesn't necessarily change the profession. It changes the way we design the buildings. But AI will, I think, change all of our lives potentially, and definitely the architectural profession. At a low level, it's happening already. Yeah? Renderings are done much faster with more help from AI. Whether that's good or bad, but it's happening. Just say it's done, it's happening. The creating options is also done with AI. The only thing that AI cannot do at the moment is decide, 150 options, like this. I give you 200 options, like I give you the whole wall, like all these little golden symbols. I'll give you 500 options. Which one do you want? And why do you want this one? So for a period, I think we have to, as humans, have to try to stay on top of it and ride the wild horse of AI and find a way of using it. Some of the analysis that I showed you, I'm super happy that AI is coming. We can think a lot more things at the same time and get more information quicker. So design can actually get better. I can get you a building that is much better for you with AI probably than without AI. Yeah, surgery will get better, like medicine gets better. So architecture should get better, but you have to try to stay on top. But for the base, for the simple base job in architecture, I think AI will be very disruptive and take away a lot of the tasks. But on the other hand, just to finish, it's sort of, you know, these are very big topics. It is an enormous opportunity, you could say, for all the small practices of the world. So I have to shut up. I'll be finished in a minute, but you, as I said, you do very big questions, and I can't do them. For small practices, I think it's a huge chance to do a lot more work. And for a big practice, it is maybe more risky because you might not need so many people to produce basic work because AI can do it. So maybe the whole world will change, the profession will change, and location might be, you might be in location agnostic. You compete for a project in Timbuktu and your office is in Yash, and you create beautiful drawings and beautiful designs, and you win. Because, you know, the location is easy, the firepower is much bigger. It's a wrong word at this point in history, but you know what I mean. You can produce a lot more very professional stuff with less people. So I think, but where it leads to, I don't think anyone knows at the moment. I know a lot of people in AI world in San Francisco, they don't know where it's going. Yeah? So everyone who tells you, oh, I know the future, I think is probably wrong at this minute.
Yeah. Thank you. Suzanne, yeah, please.
There's one thing I'd like to add to this, and of course AI is the new big thing and we have to stay open to it and we will use it. But I think the profession will always keep evolving, will always keep changing. I mean, when computers came in about 25 odd years ago, before then, everything was drawn by hand. Yeah, every drawing was drawn by hand. If there was a change, then you had to meticulously scratch it out and then put it back. And that was also a huge milestone in the profession to draw on the computer. And suddenly it was so much easier to change drawings and much quicker also to print them with obviously computers and printers and all of that. And then the whole three-dimensionality came in. We were suddenly able to 3D model our buildings and actually in those 3D models also bring in other disciplines in the BIM models and make sure they all come together the way they should. So it's not the first time our profession is changing. So I think we just need to stay open to it and use it to our advantage.
Yeah, and to add, I mean, we are working with everything. We're really testing it. As Suzanne said, we're actually embracing it as a good change. At the moment, it helps workflows, accelerate things. It also is a potential for everyone else because you can achieve things that previously were impossible with a much smaller team, for example. For us, it frees up space to do other things. And personally, you know, modeling a good part of my life and doing, you know, images and other things, I don't have to do that anymore. It won't waste that time. So I see a lot of opportunities, and when we'll actually understand what they do, we'll implement them. I think we have to be open-minded and make sure we use them for our advantage. There's no one to, well, Stefan said, we all live a bit as architects in the future, so we're trying to anticipate, especially when we're talking about the build space, what we should implement and how to keep things flexible. And I think AI obviously will to some degree change that as well in terms of how we maybe move around, how we engage with others. But I think we just have to be open, and I recommend everyone, even I think it gives small practices and individuals more power to deal with complex tasks. Yeah, so it's great for equalizing maybe the society and the profession to some degree.
Yes, thank you. Please.
Landscape architects only ever think about the future. It's inherent in the profession that we think about what we're doing today, how it evolves, and how it generally will be perceived in the future. Stefan mentioned in his talk sort of the shade of trees planted by others, and that's often how we think. In terms of the profession, I think it will be more about learning how to engage with more parties, learning how to work alongside the architects, work alongside all of the other consultants who will be working with us, because I think, as we've talked about earlier, more will be happening in the landscape. We'll be looking to not just be your area of leisure or a sink for carbon. It'll be far more interactive in the modern city. It'll be a big part of what we do. So I think we need to learn what's needed from other professions in terms of how the landscape can fulfill these needs, and that's part of, that's part of why I work with Fosters, because there's so many other professions in there that our landscapes are just richer and more robust because they do more. And I think from our profession, that's probably where the future will be. We'll learn to play better with others, which is quite a big move for a lot of egotistically driven designers.
What is interesting in Romania now, it's a very new topic, how to work with AI in administration to make easy life of architects. Because also right now, in our profession, there are lots of hard working stuff with legislation, norms, standards, and so on and so on. And maybe also AI is a tool for dealing with this. I don't know how it's in London or in other part of the world working with administration, or how you work with administration is very interesting for us, for example. Could be a study case and to learn. So maybe this will be a tool for make life easy for architects also in this field.
Yeah, I'm only grabbing the microphone because I have a real, I'm not going to tell you the backstory, but I think I have one idea. I've just discovered on a private project where I wanted to understand things about a site. And I ask AI everything about that location, a plot of land, doesn't matter which city, where. AI was fantastic in giving me a great analysis, super quick. I was amazed. It was like asking a lawyer. Then I said, can you give me more? And can you go to the city cataster? Cataster plans? How do you say it? Cataster. Yeah. And more information from the city. And there the thing got stuck because it couldn't access the thing from the city. And I think that would be really interesting for administrations to think, how can it do it with data protection and blah, 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 but how can you do it that people will come with whatever name, I'm not going to name any of the AI search engines or language models, so that you're ready for them to come and get the information that they can. In some way, it's not going to help the architectural profession, but it will just it's like plug and socket. So it all fits together. I think that would be a really interesting way. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Yeah? Get me the answer, but it's almost, it's a great way of finding stuff, but if the city doesn't let the thing in, then it can't find it. Anyway.
In Europe, the city lets you working with the information for the administration?
No, in the one place that I tried, no. And in other places they do. Okay. And I'm not naming cities because it all gets me into trouble, but I think it is an interesting thing for administrations to think, how can they let AI search their library of information?
Exactly.
Anyway, it's a baby idea.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and the last, probably the last question. You've got a lot of experience about connecting and working in a lot of cities, and I know Stuttgart, Bath, or London, of course. I should start with London, Gloucester, or something like that. But what do you think we should do, we, the locals from this city? I don't know how much do you know about this city, but what do you think we should do to take advantage of your expertise or the modern expertise in this architectural field of work?
Sort of as a half local, maybe. Look, it's important to, at times, to have an external objective, or maybe different perspective. But I think, as it was mentioned, in the beginning of Stefan's talk, we did come here quite humble to understand from the city what it needs, and from yourselves as specialists, and there's so many others in the room that I know are really passionate and keen to make this place better. What we always appreciated, and you can help this, and this type of forum helps it, is to have the dialogue between the different entities. It's quite hard. There's so many involved people. But we're here to learn, listen, and actually apply what we're observing. It's almost like the logical response that we're trying to do. We're not imposing anything. You've probably seen through the designs and everything. There is no me architecture there, or there's no something to try to compete. Is actually filling the gaps in between and making it already building on what's here. And through these years of coming over and over to Iași and kind of familiarizing ourselves with it, and all of us. I mean, you asked, are you familiar? Yes, Nick is very familiar with the planting and the history and the layers. Stefan as well, with the detailing of the architecture, the typology of symbolism, and Suzanne is sort of on a daily basis on this, on projects. So we are full on, but still we can't say we're designing. It's a collective thing. With everyone we engaged so far, and we're engaging, they all contribute to it. So that's why it's not I mean, it is foster and partner projects, but it's all ours.
I don't need to steal you. And just to add one thing, while you were talking, I think I enjoy what we're just doing now to talk. I mean, it's unusual to have a lot of other people watching us talk, but I think we humans, with AI coming, need to talk more and share more, and just be very open that things that we don't know, and learn from each other, and just gently kick the ball around and talk about bigger topics. Literally, more talking, more communication, I think, is good. We know things not because we're clever, just because of the life you lived. You know things, I think humans should get together more. Well, AI will do its thing, and the more humans can stay together, we might be prolonging the time when AI starts, when all the computers start working together over there. The people should be starting to get closer and work together even more. I think that I really mean that. Whether that's conferences or just finding ways of breaking down barriers and just hey, let's just talk about topics. Yeah, more brains all coming together. Yeah, but I think that's it. You started with big topics. Yeah, you can't do them in 2 minutes, but the big topics needs talking about. Yeah. Time's up.
Oh, time's up. I think there's not much to add to this, but as a total outsider, yeah, I mean, my first time to Romania was about 2 years ago. I had never been to the country. I've been a few times, of course, since. I mean, and to Iași, I think it's a very beautiful city. So I would think you have to be proud of what you have. And as Max said, we build on what we can actually find. And Iași is a very historic city, so there's a huge layer of history, but it also has universities, lots of young professionals, lots of international companies coming in and setting up their headquarters here or offices in general. So it's a very lively city, and you can be proud of that and definitely celebrate that. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if the organizer, maybe it's nice to have some questions from the public. Irina?
Avem multe întrebări din public, dar o să alegem doar câteva dintre ele. Timpul nu ne prea permite să facem discuții lungi. Așa încât prima întrebare este, I'm sure Stefan will need a translation for it. The first question is in English for you. It's a kind of philosophic one. In your ideas for developing projects, were you inspired by Schopenhauer's philosophy about happiness and Sir Roger Scruton's idea why beauty matters? You understand me?
Schopenhauer.
You can hear me? The last one. Okay. Let me repeat. The question is, if in your ideas for developing projects, you are inspired by Schopenhauer's philosophy about happiness and Sir Roger Scruton's idea why beauty matters. Does beauty matters?
Does beauty? Look, I'm not going to. I can't answer that question. I wasn't directly inspired by either of them directly, and say knowingly. But does beauty matter? Was that the question? Well, maybe I didn't do my talk right. Yeah, beauty does matter. But I think beauty is, if you want to, I now have to go back and sound philosophical. I found a man to counter the philosopher dropping. He's called Gottlieb Baumgarten. And he was a man in 1760 who said that aesthetics should be a science like physics or mathematics or biology, and that the beauty is actually when all of your senses are satisfied.
As a woman, I totally agree. Thank you very much. Următoarele întrebări, ca să mai selecționăm încă două dintre ele, au legătură cu modificările care se vor produce la Palace, așa că, Max, pot fi pentru tine. În primul rând, există un orizont de așteptare, știm în cât timp se vor termina lucrările? Asta e una dintre întrebări.
E o întrebare pentru cei de la Iulius sau municipalitate în general. Se studiază încă variante de cum să se fazeze proiectul, astfel încât să nu perturbe prea mult spațiul public. Deci încă se studiază.
O altă întrebare este dacă vor exista, eu bănuiesc că da, facilități pentru persoane cu dizabilități.
Da, complet totul va fi accesibil, este accesibil, a fost luat în considerare, vor exista și accesibilitate absolut peste tot.
Vă mulțumesc tuturor, ne vom reîntâlni cu o parte dintre speakeri mai târziu, în partea a doua a zilei. Mulțumesc încă o dată și poate dacă îi aplaudăm înseamnă că ne-a și plăcut. Înainte de pauza de cafea, mai există un mic moment, Max, să nu pleci foarte departe, pentru că e un moment pe care arhitectul Dragoș Ciolacu de la Uniunea Arhitecților din România îl pregătește sau l-a pregătit ca o surpriză, va dura puțin. Îl invit pe domnul arhitect Ciolacu pe scenă.
Mulțumesc. Foarte scurt. La vernisaj v-am anunțat că cei doi frați Zelinski au fost primiți în Uniunea Arhitecților și iată că acum vin din partea Uniunii cu aceste plachete care vor să recunoască meritul lor în ceea ce este și ceea ce cu siguranță va fi această inserție de modernitate în Iași. Acum 15 ani, când am răspuns și am avut ideea cu acest complex Palace, nu mă gândeam că vom ajunge la acest nivel. Iată că atunci când o idee generoasă se întâlnește cu un investitor cu un investitor vizionar, cum este Iulian Dascălu și echipa sa, avem ceea ce încercăm acum să dezvoltăm. Vă felicit! Mâine vine, da? Cu această ocazie intră tot așa ca membri de onoare, peste vreo lună, doi academicieni, Dorin Ștefan și Romeo Belea, profesorul Sorin Vasilescu și cei doi restauratori, Caroline Veroland și Ștefan Vaida. Felicitări că intrați în acest panteon al arhitecturii românești și vă mulțumesc. Felicitări încă o dată.
Mulțumim foarte mult. Pauză de cafea, 20 de minute. Ne revedem aici la ora 11 și 10 minute pentru a doua parte a dimineții.
his own. Yes, that's got his own. Yes, that's got his own.
Somewhere in the back of my mind, there's a little box with a picture of you. And I keep it from the past, but I left it behind just to be with you. Whenever I was traveling through time, there were dreams much stronger than the truth. And every day was full of signs which lead me back to you. My baby thought I made it, but I'm right back where I started. But I just don't want to say that. It feels good to be back home. You know how much I hated to be one of those broken-hearted, baby, yeah. But it's just like I created a picture far away from home. Babe, thought maybe one of those broken-hearted. Sometimes there's a look in your eye, like a little child, fragile and so deep. But all your words just cut like a knife, and it hurts me so deep. But girl, the more that I believe, you know, the stronger I get. And I think it's time to receive all the love that I spread.
My baby thought he made it, but now he's back from where
my darling. I just wanted you to want me to stay.
Your daughter's a creation with the Cuban decoration. It's a killer. It's a killer. It's a killer. As you listen to them play, don't you get a glow? Step out on the floor, you forget your trouble. Go into your dance, you forget your woe. Listen to the band, don't you get a buzz? As you listen to them play, don't you get a glow? Step out on the floor, you forget your trouble. If you go into your dance, you forget your woe.
No, it's not that either.
Here I belong, for darling, I adore you. Here I belong, for darling, I adore you. Here I belong, for darling, I adore you. More and more each day. Here I belong, for darling, I adore you. Here I belong, for darling, I adore you. Here I belong, for darling, I adore you. More and more Drift away and sleep. Too much to do while awake. Let me catch up with you. Slumber soundly. Mine will drift away, carry me down. Let me say and do anything I like to. When nothing is impossible, and nothing's a chore. When nothing ever stays the same, ever a boy. Black is the night, black is all I see. Some starry lights are shining down.
Bună ziua! Vă rugăm să vă ocupați locurile în sală. Ne propunem să începem la 11:15, adică destul de în curând. Apreciem mult înțelegerea, colaborarea și faptul că ne ajutați să învingem prejudecata că în România evenimentele nu încep la timp. Vă rugăm să intrați în sală. Mulțumim!
Let China speak on, let chorus roll out. Let your words lift me up and let me make you proud. Now the purpose is clear, there's work to be done. Taken in your stride, let it come, let it come. Put fuss into nothing, we do no harm. The rivers come smooth
Dacă vă rugăm, intrați în sală.
Gata, Andrei, poți să dai. Vă rugăm să vă ocupați locurile în sală. Ne propunem să începem. Mulțumim.
Hey, you cats sure got a groove going on here. Kind of reminds me of the squire. See, he always called himself the squire for hire. Oh yeah, folks would come from miles around just to hear what the squire was putting down. Now you know, the squire always had a secret smile on his face, like he was listening to some other song in some other space. Ooh, ooh, what a groove. Now everybody loves to be.
Bună ziua din nou! Vă rugăm să vă ocupați locurile în sală. În câteva momente începe următoarea sesiune. Mulțumim!
The party was on. Now, sometimes a squire had to make a square gig, you know. Maybe some birthdays, even a little convention or two. But boy, when he was through, he always knew where he could go to blow. And I do mean blow. Now, another thing about the squire for hire were the threads on his back. Ooh, solid jack. From his head to his feet, no other cat could hardly compete with the squire. Now, the last I heard, he's still on the scene. He's playing his acts and he still is mean, y'all. So now if you hear that the squire is in your town, run, 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 run. Run on down. Get your soul.
Nu știu ce amenințare am mai putea face, că se închid ușile și pornim din stație, dar să știți că din când în când, atunci când pierzi esențialul dintr-o prezentare, ai putea crede că ai pierdut trenul. Vă invit încă o dată în sală pe cei care doriți să fiți alături de noi în continuare. Până vine pointerul la Raluca, o să vă spun faptul că aveți acele QR code-uri care vă ajută fie să vă simțiți împreună într-un grup de WhatsApp în care veți avea update la orice modificare de program, fie la agenda zilei. Rugămintea este încă o dată să nu uitați de Tilia atunci când, dacă postați ceva pe rețelele sociale. Mai trag de timp până când mai intră lumea în sală, ca să nu ni se pară că avem absențe majore. Încep să se umple locurile. Ce să vă spun despre ce urmează acum? Faptul că banii nu pot cumpăra orice, asta în caz că lumea nu știa deja. Sunt idei importante pe care urbanismul sau o discuție care presupune regenerare urbană te convinge că merită să le atingi. De ce? Pentru că, de exemplu, Raluca, care s-a întors pe scenă, Raluca Munteanu, directorul de dezvoltare de la Julius Group, ne va vorbi despre felul în care pot fi puse în relație nu doar construcții, nu doar tone de beton, ci mai degrabă visuri, idei și oameni care creează comunități. Despre asta va fi vorba. Raluca are cuvântul, pointerul e în mâna ei, microfonul pregătit, succes, iar dumneavoastră tuturor audiție plăcută.
Nici nu mai am emoții, sunt așa de entuziasmată doar, atâta tot. Vă mulțumim încă o dată tuturor că sunteți aici. M-am gândit foarte mult la care ar fi subiectul cel mai potrivit să-l discut astăzi și m-am oprit la acesta, care cumva definește o altă dimensiune a viziunii Iulius, construcții pentru generații, nu pentru randamente. Eu personal sunt de 12 ani la Iulius, timp în care am lucrat pe proiecte din Timișoara, Cluj, Iași, acum Constanța, avem un public ridicat din Constanța cu noi și în tot acest timp m-am întâlnit cu finanțatori, bancheri, autorități publice, ONG-uri, cetățeni, chiriași din retail, din birouri, toate categoriile de stakeholder pe care vi puteți închipui. Și în tot acest timp, scuze că nu-mi dau seama cum funcționează acest lucru, I'm a bit lost cu pointerul. Sau faceți ceva? Că îmi stricați prezentarea. Ați văzut deja jumătate din ea, deci totul bine. Îl dați voi sau îl dau eu ca să-mi dau... E ok? Da? Bun. Reluăm, e ok, nu poate să meargă totul perfect, v-am spus de la început, este un summit la prima ediție, nu merge totul perfect, e ok. Nu mai văd acum ecranul. Important este că se întâmplă la gazdă și nu la invitații noștri. Reluăm, dați-mi nevoie o secundă să ne organizăm. Suntem bine cu timpul, mai avem delay câteva minute, nicio problemă, ca să nu-mi distrug flow-ul. Vă aștept oricând puteți să-mi activați ecranul. Pățesc și la laptop asta, nu intră brusc în stand-by, nu știu dacă... E ca atunci când vrei să printezi ceva și nu merge imprimanta. Nu știți gluma aceea, nu? Că imprimantele știu exact atunci când te grăbești. Bun, da, sau când stai în fața ei, exact. Bun, reluăm. Eu lucrez de 12 ani în cadrul grupului Iulius și în timpul acesta, pe partea de dezvoltare, m-am întâlnit cu toate categoriile de stakeholder pe care vi le puteți imagina. Nu se poate. Aceasta este fraza pe care am auzit-o cel mai des în tot timpul în care am lucrat pe partea de dezvoltare. Nu se poate să construiți un proiect de astfel de anvergură cu un impact pozitiv în centrul orașului Iași. Nu se poate să, într-un singur an, să relocați o fabrică, să păstrați toți angajații și să o retehnologizați și acest lucru să devină realitate. Nu se poate să decontaminați 38 de hectare din zona Oil Terminal în Constanța. Nu se poate. Și totuși, așa arată Palace Iași astăzi, la 14 ani de la inaugurare. Așa arată noua fabrică Carbochim, într-o nouă locație, cu toți cei 160 de angajați lucrând în condiții mult mai propice pentru viața lor, în Cluj-Napoca. Așa arată unul dintre cele mai mari procese de bioremediere din Europa. Adevărul este că unele proiecte chiar par imposibile, până când ele pur și simplu devin realitate. Dacă ar fi să vă întreb care credeți că este cea mai mare provocare a unui proiect de regenerare urbană, aveți idei care credeți că e cea mai mare problemă? Anyone? Banii. Banii? Ok, da. Alte idei? Avizele? Cum? Avizele, da. De acord. Sunt foarte importante toate lucrurile astea, dar dacă mă întrebați pe mine, una dintre cele mai mari provocări este pur și simplu convingerea. Să convingi administrația publică că vii cu ceva relevant pentru oraș, să convingi comunitatea să aibă încredere în tine, că ai intenții bune și poate de multe ori să-ți convingi propria echipă să continue să meargă, chiar și atunci când an la rând au sentimentul că pedalează în gol. Astăzi mi-am propus să vorbesc despre 4 lucruri. Un pic despre un context european, despre ce înseamnă să construim ecosisteme urbane, despre ce se întâmplă și cum sunt ecosistemele urbane în România și un pic spre final din experiența noastră mai departe, pentru că în final asta înseamnă TILIA, un loc de dialog în care învățăm unii de la ceilalți. La nivel european, ca să începem primul capitol, știm foarte bine că competitivitatea economică a orașelor este una dintre cele mai importante conversații. Europa, la momentul de față, are, știți și dumneavoastră, poate 4 libertăți fundamentale. Libera circulație a mărfurilor, a serviciilor, a persoanelor, a capitalurilor. Unul dintre cele mai importante rapoarte ale Comisiei Europene, raportul LETA, spune că este nevoie de a 5-a libertate europeană, respectiv libera circulație a cercetării, inovației, datelor și educației în cadrul Uniunii Europene. Simplu spus, LETA spune că un startup din Iași ar trebui să poată accesa finanțare din Germania la fel de ușor ca unul din Berlin, sau un cercetător român să-și ducă proiectul oriunde în Europa, fără să se lovească de zeci de sisteme juridice diferite. Noi, ca și grup, n-am așteptat ca această libertate să fie legiferată, ci am construit-o fizic, prin platforme unde companiile internaționale aduc know-how global și îl conectează cu talentul local. Credem cu tărie faptul că sunt ecosistemele urbane cele care atrag talent, capital și inovație. Eu personal nu sunt expert în politici europene, dar lucrez pentru o companie care construiește în orașe și ce vedem din interior confirmă exact acest lucru. Cum construim însă aceste ecosisteme urbane? Sunt multe feluri și multe răspunsuri prin care ele pot fi realizate. Unul dintre mecanismele pe care eu l-am ales să-l prezint astăzi este ideea de leverage, din nou numită de Comisia Europeană, respectiv efectul de pârghie al capitalului public asupra capitalului privat. Cu alte cuvinte, logica este simplă. O investiție publică bine plasată reduce riscul investitorului privat. Când riscul scade, capitalul privat vine în volume mult mai mari. Raportul poate să fie uneori chiar și de 1:7, 1:20, depinde de context. Și pornind de la acest concept de leverage, vreau să vă dau 2 exemple. King's Cross, în Londra. Guvernul britanic a investit masiv în infrastructura feroviară, gara St. Pancras, conexiunea cu Eurostar. Practic, această investiție în accesibilitate a deblocat peste 3 miliarde de lire sterline, iar în momentul de față așa arată King's Cross, unde este și unul dintre cele mai importante sedii ale companiei Google. Un alt exemplu este Hafen City, care, din nou, un port industrial nevalorificat, a fost finanțat cu o extindere de metrou, cu spații verzi și în momentul de față reprezintă un spațiu al comunității. Investiția publică doar din design a atras peste 10 miliarde de euro doar prin designul public. Raportul e de 1:3. Cu alte cuvinte, aceste exemple sunt posibile, dar acum sigur că ne vom întreba dacă se poate acest lucru și în România, nu? În final, acesta este obiectivul. Noi credem că se poate. Hai să vorbim despre România. Eu voi vorbi din perspectiva pe care o cunosc cel mai bine, respectiv aceea a unui dezvoltator privat care de peste 25 de ani a auzit că nu se poate. Noi, la momentul de față, suntem undeva la 2 miliarde de euro investiți în Iași, Cluj, Suceava și Timișoara. Avem peste 190 de milioane de euro investiții în obiective de utilitate publică, 18.000 de copaci, 14 hectare de parcuri, practic 46% din suprafața construită este suprafață verde. Suntem 100% închiriați și 100% cu proiectele livrate. Cu alte cuvinte, avem 0 proiecte pe care le-am început și nu le-am finalizat. De aceea vrem să vă dăm exemplele noastre, că se poate și în România. Voi începe cu primul dintre aceste exemple, Palace. Nu știu câți dintre dumneavoastră își mai amintesc cum arăta Palace-ul înainte. Era o zonă în care nu prea îți doreai să mergi. Era un teren care nu era deloc valorificat, iar Palatul Culturii era greu de văzut din cealaltă parte a orașului. La momentul de față, zona centrală, prin parteneriatul cu autoritățile publice și integrarea Palatului Culturii de o altă manieră, a fost un adevărat catalizator. Vorbim de o investiție de peste 310 milioane de euro pe care Iulius a făcut-o în încrederea pe care a acordat-o orașului. Avem peste 14.000 de oameni care lucrează astăzi la 50 de companii internaționale. Am avut peste 5 ani de nu se poate în construcție și poate și mai mult în etapa de planificare. Dar efectele există. Dacă ne uităm un pic la felul în care a evoluat orașul Iași în ultimii 15 ani, vorbim de un oraș care a ajuns în top 5 la nivel de salariu mediu și cu un șomaj de sub 4%. Noi credem că se poate. Al doilea exemplu pe care vreau să vi-l ofer este Rivus, cel mai mare proiect de reconversie urbană din România. Este un proiect în care, prin achiziționarea platformei Carbochim, care este cel mai mare producător de abrazive din România, ne-am propus să arătăm că putem deschide o platformă industrială spre Someș și putem să o aliniem cu viziunea unui oraș. Am retehnologizat fabrica, am mutat-o, am regândit integrarea urbană pe malul Someșului și acum putem să spunem că avem un proiect care în 3 ani de zile va fi realitate. Dar dincolo de planurile noastre care vizează cifre comerciale și alți indicatori, ce construim în jurul nostru contează și mai mult, pentru că vorbim despre 30 de milioane de euro care au fost alocați în investiții de utilitate publică. Dacă vă uitați pe această imagine, vorbim despre un nou pod rutier, 2 poduri pietonale, vorbim de lărgiri de străzi, vorbim de noi sensuri giratorii, vorbim de un parc de 4 hectare, vorbim despre o nouă viziune. Practic, este un credit sindicalizat de 400 de milioane de euro pe care noi l-am obținut întocmai ca acest proiect să devină realitate. Nu sunt investiții care ne aduc venituri, aceste investiții de utilitate publică și da, plătim dobândă pentru ele, dar este ceva asumat, pentru că în final doar așa poți să deschizi o platformă către oraș. O nouă porțiune astfel din Cluj recapătă accesul la Someș, o zonă care aparținea nimănui, din punct de vedere al locuitorilor, acum este deschisă către toți locuitorii. Acesta este efectul de pârghie în practică. Al treilea exemplu, Constanța. În zona Oil Terminal vorbim de o platformă industrială care este puternic contaminată de petrol. Este o zonă care este complet izolată prin faptul că este complet înconjurată de cale ferată. Deși vorbim de un teren care este doar la 2,5 km de centrul orașului. Este o oportunitate de a gândi o nouă viziune de dezvoltare. Cu toate că la momentul de față, terenul arată cam așa. Obiectivul nostru acolo a fost să gândim cu arhitecții, cu finanțatorii, cu cei de la AFC, cu Banca Mondială, întocmai să gândim o viziune prin care acest teren să poată să genereze ceva pentru oraș. Dacă vă gândiți care este impactul, că am menționat calea ferată, care este impactul pe care o cale ferată îl are în segregarea a 2 porțiuni de teren, acesta este destul de vizibil și aici. Zona din stânga este, cum o numim noi, wasteland. Este complicat să asumi un proiect de bioremediere și este o provocare pe care noi am ales-o cu bună... Iarăși m-am... I don't know, nu știu ce se întâmplă cu prezentarea. La Constanța... Da, exact. Este, măcar e liniște, este foarte liniște în sală, așa că v-am captat atenția, asta este un lucru bun, măcar asta. Monica? Nici o șansă, bun. Atunci când îți asumi investiții de sute de milioane de euro, există și o parte invizibilă a acestor investiții, da? Am vorbit mult despre obiective de utilitate publică. Ele, într-adevăr, nu generează chirie. Un parc nu încasezi venituri din el. Un pasaj subteran care îl donezi municipalității nu apare cu o căsuță de venit în cash flow-ul aferent proiectului. La fel și la străzile pe care le-am realizat în Iași, la fel și la toate investițiile publice pe care noi le demarăm. În Cluj, de exemplu, pepiniera noastră pe care o vedeți aici conține peste 700 de copaci maturi și avem acolo de 3 ani de zile, în timp ce noi șantierul l-am început abia de o lună. La fel și la Constanța. Avem o pepinieră activă de copaci care își propune să fie viitorul parc în proiectul nostru de la Constanța, deși nu avem niciun master plan aprobat, nu avem un PUZ, dar sunt riscuri asumate. Și, bineînțeles, întrebarea cel mai des primită atât de la finanțatorii noștri cât și probabil de la dumneavoastră va fi una simplă. De ce? De ce faceți toate lucrurile acestea? Și le răspundem în același fel de fiecare dată, pentru că un loc în care vrei să fii nu este același lucru cu un loc în care ești pentru că nu ai încotro. Orașele competitive, din punctul nostru de vedere, nu se construiesc cu minimum necesar și ceea ce spun rapoartele europene este foarte simplu, că fiecare euro public trebuie să lucreze astfel încât capitalul privat să poată produce efect multiplicat. Noi am învățat un lucru foarte clar. Atunci când faci un proiect de sute de milioane de euro într-un oraș și el nu servește comunității în care îl dezvolți, el nu poate supraviețui pe termen lung. În încheiere, am zis să lăsăm niște idei pentru mai departe. Credem că sunt niște principii care definesc regenerarea urbană, cel puțin înțelegerea noastră asupra conceptului. Și nu vreau să vă dau teorie, ci din nou practică, pentru că la conferința noastră vrem să vorbim despre exemple concrete, despre idei pe care le puteți prelua și folosi mai departe. Practica noastră se bazează pe un lucru principal, viziunea despre ce poate deveni un loc și nu ceea ce este. Uneori e foarte greu să te uiți la un teren, precum era cel din Palace, precum este cel din Constanța, și să te focusezi doar pe ceea ce poate fi. Ai nevoie de un plan pregătit în detaliu, pentru că între viziune și realitate e o distanță pe care doar implementarea o poate acoperi. La Cluj, vă zic sincer, eu lucrez pe proiectul din Cluj din 2017. Din nou, șantierul a fost început de o lună. Cu alte cuvinte, perioada de pregătire a unui proiect de multe ori o depășește perioada în care proiectul chiar este construit. Risc asumat, fără speculație. Sigur, să decontaminezi 38 de hectare este un risc pentru noi, pentru că, din nou, nu avem niciun un aviz aprobat. În schimb, noi am început lucrările și ne-am dus la înaintare responsabilitatea pe care ne-am asumat-o. Dar asta este pur și simplu semnul că credem în oraș. Pariez pe orașe în care alții n-au fost dispuși să parieze. Rămâi acolo, indiferent de situație. Da? Am investit în Iași, în Suceava, în momente în care poate alți investitori nu erau așa de atrași de acele locații. Am reinvestit, am extins proiectele și important faptul că de la un proiect la altul am învățat. Când ne întreabă cineva care este cel mai bun proiect al nostru, răspunsul este același, următorul. Palace a pregătit Timișoara, Timișoara a pregătit Clujul, iar Clujul probabil că va pregăti Constanța. Foarte important, tratăm rolul nostru cu responsabilitate. Trebuie să fim un exemplu și, mai mult decât atâta, trebuie să încurajăm și pe alții să facă lucrurile mai bine. De aceea am creat TILIA, nu ca o platformă a noastră, ci ca un loc comun. De cele mai multe ori, știți cum e, lipsesc oamenii potriviți în aceeași cameră. În locurile în care noi am investit, am văzut că schimbarea în bine este posibilă. Acesta este mesajul meu pentru astăzi. Și credem că atunci când oamenii văd că schimbarea în bine este posibilă, prin curaj, și își imaginează mai mult pentru orașul lor. Iar acest curaj, credem noi, de fapt, că este adevăratul câștig pentru generații și nu pentru randamente. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult!
E prima dată când aud niște urale, asta cred că e din amabilitate pentru gazdă. Deci, întârzi puțin cu venirea pe scenă, că poate le mai aud o dată. De la visele unor antreprenori și a unor companii care își propun astfel de dezvoltări durabile și o astfel de, nu știu, visează în halul ăsta să regenereze urban anumite spații, mergem la soluții concrete, da? Ca să ne întoarcem cu picioarele pe pământ, că realitatea ne lovește din când în când. Și îl avem alături de noi pe reprezentantul unuia dintre partenerii strategici ai acestui eveniment. Este vorba despre unul dintre managerii de la Veolia. Să vă invit pe dumneavoastră să vă prezentați sau să spun eu despre dumneavoastră. La ce vă pricepeți, domnule director? Ia spuneți-ne.
Numele meu este Valentin Zaharia, sunt director tehnic al Veolia România și ne bucurăm să fim alături de Iulius sub această egidă, în această minunată, senzațională locație și felicitări pentru organizarea evenimentului.
Mai spun doar tema dizertației dumneavoastră, va vorbi despre soluții integrate de apă și energie, după cum bine știm, sunt esențiale pentru orice dezvoltare imobiliară, pentru viața noastră de zi cu zi. Aveți cuvântul.
Mulțumesc! Voi aborda astăzi un subiect care este mai puțin vizibil decât dezvoltările pe care Iulius le are, pentru că vorbim în general despre infrastructura urbană, despre ceea ce se află sub pământ de regulă, dar care ne afectează într-o bună măsură viețile și bunăstarea tuturor. La Veolia avem 3 segmente de activitate. Cel mai important, pentru care suntem cei mai cunoscuți în România, reprezintă cel de apă, prin contractele pe care le avem împreună cu Primăria Municipiului București și Ploiești, dar și alte localități mai mici. Segmentul de energie, unde ne focusăm pe energie regenerabilă și pe valorificarea resurselor locale în vederea promovării unor servicii de calitate, și un segment care nu există încă în cadrul Veolia România, cel al gestionării și valorificării deșeurilor, dar pe care ne propunem cât de curând să-l avem și în cadrul Veolia România. Când vorbim despre aceste resurse, despre infrastructura urbană, credem că în prezent discuția nu mai este despre consumuri, despre creșterea consumurilor, despre garantarea consumurilor, ci mai degrabă vorbim despre controlul acestora. Despre controlul costurilor. Trăim într-o lume dificilă, într-o lume în care crizele se succed, de la războaie până la diverse situații care ne afectează performanțele de zi cu zi, precum și cele ale unui consum eficient la nivel individual, dar mai ales la nivel general și la nivelul municipalităților. De asemenea, un subiect care ne preocupă și ne afectează securitatea tuturor este cel al dependenței de resursele externe, de factorii externi. Prin urmare, toate soluțiile pe care Veolia le urmărește și le propune se bazează pe resurse locale, pe valorificarea a ceea ce există la un nivel de performanță cât mai ridicat. Câteva cifre despre prezența Veolia în România. În cei peste 25 de ani de prezență în România au fost realizate investiții în infrastructura de apă și energie de aproximativ 2,3 miliarde de euro, deci avem o medie undeva în jurul valorii de 100 de milioane de euro pe an. În prezent suntem peste 3600 de angajați. Aici vreau să notez faptul că valoarea companiilor locale este în creștere. Am achiziționat în ultimii 2 ani 2 companii autentic românești în segmentul de energie și în prezent deservim peste 2 milioane de utilizatori. În ceea ce privește infrastructura de apă și apă uzată, Ne uităm în primul rând la zona de protecție a mediului. Sistemele de alimentare cu apă, stațiile de tratare, dar mai ales sistemele de epurare sunt cele care ridică la nivelul municipalităților, dar și la nivelul consumatorilor privați, industriali, cele mai multe probleme în zilele noastre. Exigențele noastre cresc, nevoia de protecția mediului ca urmare a revoluției industriale, ca urmare a progreselor tehnologice, atât în zona de IT, cât și în alte segmente economice, impune noi și noi tehnologii în această privință. Suntem gata să le oferim și să venim cu astfel de propuneri, deopotrivă către clienții privați, cât și către cei industriali. În ceea ce privește infrastructura de energie, vă spuneam la început că ne uităm către zona de surse regenerabile. Două componente sunt esențiale la nivel mondial. Una este cea a producției de energie electrică, care prezintă și care contribuie astăzi cu aproximativ 40% din emisiile de gaze cu efect de seră, iar cealaltă componentă, cam cu aceeași pondere de 40%, o reprezintă energia termică. Prin urmare, controlul acestor surse de poluare, investițiile în astfel de soluții tehnologice care au menirea să reducă emisiile de gaze, considerăm că sunt cele mai importante. O să am și câteva exemple și studii de caz în acest sens, despre care o să vorbesc ulterior, dar pe ceea ce ne focusăm astăzi, avem în primul rând valorificarea infrastructurilor existente și avem multe sinergii între zona de apă, de deșeuri și de energie. Stațiile de epurare nu mai au doar scopul pentru care au fost inițial gândite, acela de a purifica apa înainte de a o restitui mediului înconjurător. Au devenit astăzi adevărate uzine de producție a energiei. Există resurse locale uriașe în toate stațiile de epurare de producție atât a energiei termice cât și a energiei electrice. Cum facem asta? Din nămolul existent în apa uzată, suferă procese de digestie anaerobă, sunt echipamente speciale care pot crește capacitatea de producție a biogazului, care ulterior este utilizat în motoare în cogenerare sau este purificat pentru a se produce biometan, ce poate fi injectat direct în rețelele de gaz natural. O altă direcție pe care o abordăm este aceea de producție locală a energiei electrice, fie prin panouri fotovoltaice în combinație cu baterii, fie prin alte surse locale de producție a energiei electrice, cum ar fi microhidrocentrale sau utilizarea potențialului local și valorificarea lui în scopul creșterii independenței, autosuficienței energetice a localității sau a site-ului industrial. De asemenea, o soluție nouă, inovativă pe care o folosim este cea a utilizării energiei geotermale de suprafață. Ce înseamnă acest lucru? Înseamnă că solul, până la adâncimi de 100-200 de metri, înmagazinează o cantitate de energie uriașă. Această energie este valorificată prin realizarea unor sonde geotermale în buclă închisă, prin care circulă un agent termic și care ulterior este folosită în pompele de căldură pentru a produce agent termic, atât căldură cât și frig. Soluțiile acestea pot funcționa în tandem, este chiar recomandat pentru a asigura un grad de autosuficiență cât mai ridicat. De asemenea, soluții moderne, vorbeam mai devreme de tehnologie, una din soluțiile pe care le avem este aceea de recuperare a energiei termice din procesele industriale. Și vreau să dau un exemplu aici, pentru că Iașiul reprezintă un pol din punct de vedere al tehnologiei, al industriei IT. Din data centere sau pentru data centere este pe de-o parte nevoie de foarte mult frig, de agent frigorific, pentru a răci procesoarele care rulează, iar pe de altă parte acestea reprezintă o sursă locală de energie, de căldură, care poate fi valorificată în rețeaua de termoficare sau în alte procese industriale care au nevoie de căldură. În cazul Veolia, noi numim acest proces Local Loops of Energy, bucle locale prin care poate fi valorificată energia termică disponibilă și reziduală altor procese tehnologice. Când vorbim despre infrastructura urbană de astăzi, pe de o parte avem consumuri de apă și de energie mari, avem sisteme care sunt gestionate separat, de la nivel central, la nivelul unor companii distincte, al unui management distinct. Este foarte greu să se realizeze performanțe notabile, pași semnificativi în acest sens, având un astfel de model. Modelul Veolia presupune integrarea acestor utilități publice sub un management comun, sub obiective comune, care să poată fi gestionate într-un mod integrat și care să poată garanta pe termen mediu și lung creșterea performanței. Creșterea performanței se traduce imediat în control asupra costurilor, control asupra consumurilor și implicit nevoia sau reducerea dependenței față de factorii externi. Hubgrade este platforma noastră prin care realizăm toate aceste integrări între diferite sisteme, de la nivelul consumatorilor locali, la producătorii locali de energie electrică, de energie termică. Se vorbește tot mai des despre comunitățile de energie. Vor exista cu siguranță atât pentru energia electrică cât și pentru energia termică, fiindcă nu mai pot funcționa lucrurile în sistemele centralizate gândite pentru lumea de acum 70-80 de ani poate. În mod evident, gestionându-ne local atât producția cât și consumurile și având sisteme de optimizare automate bazate pe date și care să conducă imediat la luarea unor decizii, este un instrument esențial pentru a reduce consumul și crește performanța. Din studiile de caz am ales să vorbesc despre o paletă cât mai largă, sunt 3 sau 4 studii de caz. Stația de epurare de la Glina reprezintă cea mai mare stație de epurare din România, cu siguranță, în top 10 stații de epurare din Europa și, așa cum spuneam, nu mai este vorba doar despre a purifica apa, ci este acum vorba despre a asigura necesarul de energie funcționării ei. Avem capacități, producem zilnic aproape 300 de tone de nămol. Acest lucru este valorificat în cadrul procesului de digestie. Din nămolul rezultat producem biogaz. Concentrația de metan a biogazului este undeva între 60 și 65% și asigurăm 100% independența din punct de vedere al energiei termice și peste 50% din punct de vedere al energiei electrice. Există și obiective pe care Uniunea Europeană le are setate. Toate stațiile de epurare trebuie să atingă 70% autosuficiență până în anul 2035 și 100% până în anul 2040. Este posibil acest lucru? Trebuie sisteme integrate și performante, atât de gestionarea deșeurilor, cât și de creștere a eficienței sistemelor existente. Un alt exemplu de valorificare locală a energiei disponibile este cel al energiei hidro. Avem în România, slavă Domnului, suficiente condiții topografice pentru a valorifica aceste resurse. Într-una din stațiile noastre de tratare, înainte de a evacua apa utilizată în procesul tehnologic, avem acest proiect de implementare, care este deja în perioadă de testare, a unei turbine de 700 de kW, care asigură practic independența integrală a uzinei de tratare. Este un producător important de energie, asigură energie electrică în bandă, spre deosebire de alte sisteme regenerabile, precum eolian sau solar. Energia hidro este o componentă mult mai ușor predictibilă. Sistemul GeoExchange, cel cu pompe de căldură și utilizarea energiei geotermale de suprafață. Avem, pe de o parte, implementate proiecte pentru parteneri privați, cel mai mare centru de semiconductori construit în București din Europa de Est, care va fi pus în funcțiune în cursul acestui an. Asigurăm 100% energia termică necesară întregului centru din sol, din energia geotermală de suprafață. Are o mare particularitate, fiindcă aproape 40% din suprafață reprezintă laboratoare de proces. Temperatura, mediul necesar funcționării propice a acestor instalații tehnologice, exigențele sunt foarte ridicate. Au nevoie de o temperatură foarte controlată, umiditate controlată, necesarul de agent frigorific în acest caz fiind foarte mare. Tot acest sistem este realizat prin surse regenerabile, toată energia reziduală este reutilizată local în alte scopuri. De asemenea, din perspectiva clădirilor publice, Căminul de Bătrâni de la Alba Iulia, un proiect finanțat din fonduri norvegiene și finalizat, pus în funcțiune în anul 2024, este un alt exemplu elocvent al modului în care clădirile vechi și bunurile pe care municipalitățile le dețin și le administrează pot fi convertite în sisteme moderne, în sisteme eficiente din punct de vedere energetic. În acest caz, pentru că centrul beneficia și de panouri solare, reducerea costurilor față de soluția inițială este de aproximativ 95%. De asemenea, alte obiective strategice, aș spune, în care am implementat aceste soluții, sunt aeroportul din Sibiu, unde criticitatea și continuitatea unor astfel de sisteme este esențială, redundanța la nivel operațional, precum și stația de la Vitan, un exemplu în care este recuperată energia din apa uzată și este produs local agent termic, căldură, apă caldă și frig, în scopul utilizării ei în procese tehnologice. De fapt, tot ceea ce am spus și exemplele pe care am ținut să vi le prezint astăzi duc către ceea ce numim a 5-a generație de sisteme de încălzire și răcire. Aceste sisteme sunt autonome, funcționează cu surse multiple, orice consumator poate deveni peste noapte producător, deci are un sistem bidirecțional prin care comunică cu sistemul public. Rețelele funcționează în regim de joasă temperatură, pierderile, transferul de energie către mediul exterior este aproape nul, nesemnificativ. Avem sisteme descentralizate, comunități locale care pot implementa acest concept la nivelul lor și pot beneficia, sigur, prin intermediul instrumentelor IT, de management automat, integrat al tuturor acestor resurse. În final, toate se traduc în reducerea costurilor cu administrarea, cu operarea infrastructurii și al cetățenilor. Integrarea ca model operațional, sunt 3 concluzii pe care vreau să vi le transmit astăzi. Infrastructura existentă devine producător, nu consumator. Sigur, sunt necesari pași, nu se pot realiza peste noapte, vorbim de mii de kilometri și mii de megawatts de putere instalată în sistemele energetice. Datele conduc operarea și nu invers. Avem nevoie de informații în timp real, de luarea unor decizii în timp real pentru a garanta performanța ridicată a sistemelor, iar sursele locale sunt cele care dictează conceptul, nu există o rețetă pe care să o aplicăm peste tot similar. Mulțumesc!
L-am auzit pe domnul Valentin Zaharia, directorul tehnic și de performanță de la Veolia România. Urmează o oră și 20 de minute în care sunteți liberi să stați de vorbă și să serviți prânzul, adică e pauza de prânz. Ne revedem aici la ora 1 și 20 de minute. Codul QR vă spune care este agenda. Știți foarte bine că sunt lucruri de interes. Vă reașteptăm ca la ora 1 și jumătate să dăm drumul la partea a doua a sesiunii de astăzi. Mulțumesc!
Yes, that's got his own. 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 Yes.
beneficieze cât mai mult de ea, calculează sau verifică nivelul de oxigen în fiecare săptămână. Știu asta pentru că am crescut astfel de generații. Sunt mai mult decât interesați de ce va fi mâine, decât, așa cum probabil că vă spune clădirea în care suntem, de ce am moștenit de ieri. Și probabil că sunt responsabilitatea noastră a generației care deocamdată decide să pregătim terenul pentru ei. Așa încât în tema este cât de importantă este strategia peisagistică într-o dezvoltare urbană inteligentă, o întrebare la care ne va răspunde cel pe care îl vom revedea pe scenă, arhitectul peisagist numărul 1 de la Foster and Partners, Nick Haddock. Nick, I would like you to see you again on the stage.
I look forward to it.
I'm eager to understand if you have any hints, any surprise solutions for us. Thank you very much.
Well, let's see where we
Hope so.
go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nu uitați să vă cereți căști, ele vă așteaptă acolo la cabină pentru cei care aveți nevoie, pentru că se va vorbi în engleză, sau data viitoare când se va vorbi în română pentru cei care doriți traducere. Mulțumesc!
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for having me here. I'd like to talk about landscape architecture and how the future of landscape architecture might look, and we've got some suggestions. But first of all, I want to talk about what that future might be and how we might influence it. So we talked a little this morning about these sort of criteria, but when we start looking at a site, it sort of tends to be between two criteria: the place, where it is, how it sort of responds to its environment, and the people, the society, the congregation of the people who might be engaged with that space. So the first person I spoke to was our ecologist, and as I mentioned, Foster and Partners is all about collaboration, and I think that's definitely the way forward for all development. So I spoke to my colleague, our ecologist, Cesar, and Cesar, I asked him about what landscape architecture might be in the future, and he gave me this sort of answer. So basically, Cesar looks at people as species. You know, we're not individual humans, we're still part of that species list. And a species is defined by its very landscape. So, you know, we're importantly kind of, historically part of the animal kingdom, and our landscape is very important to how we developed. So then I asked him what the threat was, and he showed me this. It's basically this them and us, this development. The ecologist's battle is that the development is a battle against nature. It's beautifully summarized in this slide here. There's no integration. It's really them and us. And the statistic here, I think, is striking. As development happens, it's more threatening towards that very nature. So, you know, I didn't set out to become the contrast to Charles's speak later and the happiness, but this is a bit depressive, so you might want to hug a little later. But I then thought, okay, well, I'll go and ask somebody else's opinion and try and get a further review. So I spoke to Marta, our social anthropologist, and I asked her what the things were that were challenging socially. And the first thing we talked about was social disconnection, this idea of a divided society, the fact that generations don't interact anymore. There's a split between gender, race. Technology is contributing to this social isolation. This idea of designing for loneliness, social loneliness. I think that's a disturbing thing to think about, and a major, major factor going forward. And these first few slides are all linked. So the next bit from that is mental health. Mental health is a huge issue. It's as it says here, it's the second biggest reason for long-term disability. But it's rapidly becoming the biggest. It's getting there. And that is obviously, part of isolation, part of people not talking to each other. It's easier to not have this than it is to rehabilitate it. So, we have to think about not just how we help people with mental health, but how have they got it? How are they getting there? The biggest, by the way, is multiskeletal kind of conditions. So, it is, right up there with back pain and things for losing days. And of course, the other big part of that is it's affecting the economy, $1 trillion each year. And it's global. This isn't just focused on one particular part of society. There may be spikes, but it's a global issue. And then that leads to physical health. So physical health, obesity, the rise in diabetes. The fact that people aren't interacting means that, they're not, mental health is challenged, their isolation is challenged, and that's leading to physical health. And these are all self-fulfilling, because once these start to set in, people stop going outside, they stop engaging, they stop exercising. And, it's very hard, as I said, to get back from there. Then we look at the other sort of larger issues, climate emergency. I think we're all aware of what's happening with the climate and how that's affecting all of the different sort of elements within landscape, the sort of ecological depletion, the rise in sea levels, all of the ways in which landscape is being affected by the climate emergency and the way that the world is changing. So then we also talked about, how, we mentioned this in the conversation earlier, working patterns. We've all heard about the 6-day week. The 4-day week, the 6-hour day. And, we've been working to an 8-hour day for 100 years. Henry Ford, 100 years. Before that, much longer days because people were doing different types of work. Henry Ford came in. There was a few people kind of discussing the ways in which it can be more efficient, and they came up with the 8-hour day 100 years ago. People today are talking about, how people work in a modern environment. So, this idea that 3 to 4 hours of peak work is the modern day. So people are doing things in between that. How do we recharge them and set them up for those peak hours of work? Apparently there's a big spike in the morning, 2 smaller bumps in the afternoon. That's when you're peak working. I'm hoping I'm on one of the smaller bumps now. This morning's big spike has passed, so everyone's digesting and everything. Working patterns are changing, so people are going to be outside of their offices, outside of that sort of environment more often. So the conclusion is all you need is nature. So nature can have an impact on all of those different things. Both Cesar's and Marta's kind of concerns can be done within nature. The interesting thing about this slide is the idea that different exposures, different times of exposure can have a different effect on the way in which you engage with nature. We'll come on to biophilia in a minute, but the way in which elements of nature, the sort of the fundaments of how you connect with nature can affect you is as pointed out at the bottom side, is a myriad, cardiovascular, muscular, nervous, endocrine, immune, all of the things that we are sort of missing can be solved by immersion in nature, connection to nature, a way in which, your human body kind of senses a rightness in the world. And so I said we'd talk about biophilia. So one way of doing this is to codify the way in which people kind of interact with nature. So biophilia is this the term where they've come up with patterns of how we engage and how you respond to different stimuli from a natural response, from that animalistic response as we are as a human. Stefan mentioned the savanna living, the monkeys in the trees. How would they have responded? And you can see there's lots of different ways. In fact, it's not just here's some green. It's here's a timber rail. It's here's a pattern that feels at one with nature. The mystery, the refuge. I always love the idea of prospect and refuge. This idea of feeling safe but being able to look out as well. Feels very, very important when you're considering designing. These elements can really kind of add on another layer of engagement to the design that you put out. So it's not just a spatial arrangement, it's a true engagement. So one of the things is water, and we'll come on to again a little bit about the needs of a species for water. But the presence of water and the sound of water, the reflections, the patterns of water, the biophilia in that can have incredible impacts upon your body, the stress relief, the calming kind of nature of it. All of these things here are fascinating to hear, all of the different things that just that presence of water can bring you. And then we've got natural materials. So, as I mentioned, the idea of being able to touch something that contains natural patterns, to have something in there that is related to nature, the idea of engaging a sort of adventure within nature, the positivity and the mental and physical well-being that can be done from that, positive emotions, pro-social behaviors. That's about the materiality that you're using. So we've looked at, the presence of water, we looked at the materiality, and then we look at, the sounds, natural sounds, the variety of sounds. And you kind of, it starts to becoming quite obvious because a really functioning and really healthy landscape, it has sound to it because, the birds, the bees, everything that's interacting in that landscape has a sound, a rhythm, an animation. And we move towards that because we recognize that as a healthy landscape, a healthy environment. So then some of these are slides that have come from Marta, so some really interesting studies that have gone into it. The way in which immersion in green can fire your synapses, the idea of creative thinking, and again, that working week. People in those working environments, the week is changing because things like AI, we mentioned that earlier, is going to change the way we work. It's going to change the kind of the tasks that we undertake. So the actual physical tasks of thinking, the creative tasks, are going to be the more used on a daily basis. So we're going to need this more. So landscape restores these sort of ways of thinking. It restores that capacity much faster. And these are some really interesting studies. Our proximity to green has an impact on, or can have an impact on our health. So this slide here talks about the use of antidepressants. 50 meters to green, and it shows individuals who showed lower levels of individuals who started using antidepressants. So if you're close to green, and as I said before, you don't want people to start. They're not starting. But then at 500 meters, there's a lower level of use, of people actively using it and engaging in it. And then you can sort of see how this usage kind of moves between 30 and 80%. That's massive. And that's just a sort of an initial study. We need to, we'll come on to it, the study of the quality of that green. But then the other one is the physical side of it. Diabetes. The way in which landscape, or being close, or the green coverage in your neighborhood can prevent diabetes or reduce the need of diabetes. The different sort of chronic diseases that it can create. Binge drinking, being in all of these different elements can change the way in which people interact with each other and the health benefits that gain by it. So, Marta's work, which I find really interesting. And from a landscape architect's point of view, this is the sort of stuff that sets a tone for me. This is the brief. Now back to Cesar. Okay, so we establish that we want to have something green, or in my mental, we've established we want to have something green. I need to talk to Cesar about what is positive about that green. And the first thing is biodiversity. We mentioned all of that animation, the changing between butterflies, bees, all that sounds and things like that. That often comes from biodiversity. It's an active, robust landscape, a healthy landscape that we recognize is a biodiverse landscape. The other thing is appropriateness. You recognize and you're drawn towards appropriate landscapes. You're drawn towards a character that you recognize. And doing a landscape that is locally appropriate, given we're fostering partners, we work globally. So you need to understand many different ways of how you represent a local landscape. I'm a horticulturalist by profession. I come from that start. And I find this, the most interesting thing that we do is the understanding of what locally appropriate landscape can be is a big part of the way that we approach things. Naturalistic look and feel. So we've got a landscape, we've got all the green, but the idea of it's manicured to within an inch of its life, it's starting to move that green away from it being that natural landscape and back towards it being a controlled piece of landscape, which is not necessarily what we're aiming for. We want people to engage with it in its natural sort of dynamic. It also gives it some legibility. A natural landscape is easier to read than a controlled one. A controlled landscape is far difficult to read. Water. So water is a requirement of pretty much all living things. So the sense of water means survival. I mean, that's a pretty strong sort of thing. So it's not unusual that we respond as landscape architects or as people with the involvement of water, because it's the first thing that you possibly seek when you're looking out into a landscape for survival. We're getting there, but refuge and prospect, I mentioned I really like that one. I think that in terms of when we're laying out and thinking about landscapes and thinking about the public open space that we create, this idea of protection, this idea of being safe is a really important part. And that's for all of the different people in society. This is like, all the different sort of groups that I mentioned earlier have a different requirement for this. So to provide refuge and prospect, the opportunity to see out, but the opportunity to then sort of go out into sort of hunter idea is a really important thing. So again, back to that savanna landscape and the sort of the woodland edge. And then ecological process. So this is about the idea of the longevity. Knowing that a landscape has been there for a period of time means that it's had chance to develop. You can see the ecological process going on. You can see trees that have fallen, rotten branches, the ecology that goes with that makes you feel that this is a resilient, robust landscape. So that's Marta and Cesar, and that's what Foster and Partners we think is a really interesting way of looking at landscape. So this is how we've started looking at them. So this is Bishop Square, and it's a project we did in the past. It was a built project that we did that then developed some urban form adjacent to it that was treated as a particular piece of landscape, but we wanted to review it. So the client came back to us and we wanted to review, and I'd encourage my first sort of thing here is review what you've got. Go and look at what you've got in the landscape or in the public realm. With Bishop Square, what we wanted was a green oasis in the middle of the city. Luckily, it's one of the few jobs that we can get in the city from a landscape point of view that also includes some of our other architecture in the background. So we were blessed with this one. But this one is sat in London's East End. So it's the barrier between the sort of creative East, the historic kind of markets, and this is Spitalfields, which is now a tourist destination, and the city. You know, the people who are sort of going there to work every day, and you know, the demands of that modern office environment. So, first of all, we want to analyze what's good, what's working, how is the site performing. And what was good was the sense of scale was great. The entrance into it, it was quite inviting. It had open lawns. They were very small, not very obvious to where they were, but it had them. And that's pretty much unique for this part of London. And so people used it. And it had water. You know, it had water, which is a great start. You know, so that was really positive from our point of view. But what it also had was some bad moments. In the middle of the sort of the entrance square, it had this sort of object which was a seating canopy thing, and it was an object. It was in the way. You couldn't work around it. No one really wanted to sit on it because everyone's looking at you. It was in the way. It was also really poorly defined. So in this sort of alcove here, it's not really obvious. Maybe through VE previously there was meant to be a bench there. The bench isn't there, so people come up with trying to fill it. So they've put in a bit of sculpture of some sort or another. But, you know, the sculpture is bearing witness with some bins and a cigarette ashtray. And, you know, it's a bit unsure what it's meant to be. And then finally, there's a lot of barriers in the structure that was in there, but also a lot of the planting was not doing as well as it could have done. So some of it was doing really well. The trees were great, but some of it had come to the end of its life, possibly wasn't picked particularly well in the first place. But what we wanted to do was look at the way we would improve this. And so we call this acupuncture architecture. So this is going through and identifying those good bits and those bad bits. It's about embellishing the good bits, picking out how you can make it better. And it's about removing the bad bits and replacing them with things that would perform in a better way. We also wanted to define a character. We wanted to make it open up for as many different types of people as possible. We wanted to encourage people to use it and to come back and use it in different ways again and again and again. So we made these three characters: the adaptive plaza, the lawns, and the urban living room. And so it offered a lot of opportunity to do different activities in each of those spaces. So the adaptive plaza. This is that same space that had the weird circular thing in the middle that no one could benefit from. We opened it up. We created an opportunity for theatre and adventure and excitement. These pyramid seating elements were playful so that kids can come and climb all over them. In fact, when they were first done, they were covered in astroturf. They were very playful and very engaging. The platforms that you see in the foreground, they're movable so that they can come together in different forms to create stages or to create just single seats. And the act of moving them around meant that people walking through on their way to their office job in the morning would see this move and think, oh, I'll come back there. There's something happening this afternoon. So it would encourage people to return back to the site. The anticipation of this space was there. It sort of led to great engagement. And as I said, this is a place where the creative East End comes together with the city. So the creative East End come together and the city dances, which is, what you think, a space for people. This is what we wanted to do. But then what we also wanted to do was encourage people further into the site. So you remember those lawns, all the other previous lawns were hedged in for some reason. We wanted to open them up. We wanted to make it very, very permeable. We wanted people to be able to move through that space and for the lawns to be really interactive, for people to engage with it. The touch, remember we said about different textures, the touch of the lawn, touch of grass on your hands on a hot summer's day. The idea of creating shade, we added in some more trees. We opened this up and we created shade. But, we did the analysis to make sure we didn't have too many trees that would affect the lawn. The topography that you can see in this, the lawns are not just flat, controlled spaces. They're trying to be those more naturalistic spaces that we mentioned earlier. And then we opened up the water so that it was part of the lawns. People could engage with it. People were in it. I mean, it's London, so every now and again people get in it, and then we have to drag them out again. But opening it up makes it a very, important part of this space. And then beyond that, we want these sort of immersive pockets. We want you to be able to be fully engaged, fully surrounded by green, immersed within it, and having different ways to interact, different types of seat, and I'll come on to that now. one of the things I was asked earlier about what you could immediately do to improve the public space, and it's add benches, but add a variety of benches, different ways for people to stop. Once they're in it, once they sit down, once they engage with it, they'll stay, they'll think about it, they'll bring more activity to it. And the different ways in which the bench can work means it opens it up to other parts of society. So all of these different pieces here were designed for this space. Interestingly, this one here, so the big bench at the top, the big dining table, long story around that and about inclusiveness. So we were talking about, how do you bring people in wheelchairs into this immersive space? And the obvious one was, okay, well, we'll put them on the ends, because then you can, remove the things. But then that means you're sort of parking everybody with problems of mobility just on the end every time. So then we thought, well, no, we'll stick them in the middle. We'll take some spaces out and let them be able to engage in the conversation. They're not segregated from the micro conversations that people will be having at these benches. The way in which, you can work differently on different these benches. We also had... They had wireless charging, Wi-Fi in the bench as well. So all those city dwellers, between meetings, could sit there and be part of the meeting. And so this is it. This is people actively using it, and very actively using it. One of the benefits to Bishop Square is, or one of the feedbacks we had, is that people, and the managers of this, have now changed their way to work so that they walk through this space. And that's great, because now it's on someone's journey, so that biophilia connection on your way to work is a really important part of your work journey. And that's where we come on to the next bit. So, utilising opportunities. Foster and Partners, we are often bought interesting and unusual briefs. And the first thing we generally do is sit there and go, oh, that's a fascinating brief, what an interesting idea. And then we rewrite it. We come up with, okay, that's great, but what is it missing? What are the opportunities we can do? And from my point of view, the addition of green is always something we try and bring to it. So this is Crossrail in Canary Wharf. So essentially Crossrail is a transport hub that comes into Canary Wharf. Canary Wharf is the financial centre in London, or the new district in London, in the Docklands. Lots of towers, segregated by elements of water, as you can see. Dark streets, just for cars really, and servicing. Most people arrive here by public transport, and this is one of those pieces of public transport. So your journey to the office is from wherever you live, on train, to this, straight in and straight up. That's your journey to your desk. So what we wanted to do was just sort of look at that and go, okay, that's great. We've been asked to design the interchange. So we've got the hub, we've got the train coming at the bottom, we've got all the stuff that's in the middle, doing all the functions that the client wanted. But it's missing one thing. It's missing that journey to the office, that biophilic experience. So we put green on the roof. We put green on it to make that part of that journey. And this wasn't asked for in the brief, but this is what they got. And this is what they got. They got this amazing journey on your way to work that just lifts you from a very, very urban environment into something that is, incredibly green, incredibly dynamic. Now, the other thing about this is it's got a cover to it, and that means that it extends the use of it and it extends the ability to use it. But even the cover is biophilic because it's got pattern. The materiality is timber. It's got those repetitious patterns that you associate in nature. So every piece of this design was thought about from a biophilic point of view. And you've got people who can now sit, stay, wait, meet your friends there on your way to work. So quite a simple intervention, but thinking of the full journey, thinking of leaving the house in the morning to arriving to your desk. So then finally, reclaiming lost space. Now, we've talked about this one, as you know. We're sat in the building. You've all seen it. One of the things that we thought was really, really beautiful, we worked a lot on the gardens at the rear of the palace. And one of the things that was always slightly disappointing was the landscape at the front because of the grandeur of the palace and the domination by cars of that front landscape. So we wanted to reimagine it, and we wanted to put it back to what we felt it should be. Now, this isn't the end point. This is just where it could be. This is something that we feel that this is missing, and we think that this kind of starts to restore that balance. So we think this is the last piece of the puzzle. This is the Stefan Chalmare Boulevard ends on this palace. At the other end, you've got the park, you've got the botanical gardens. At this end, you've got road, car park, palace. And the palace is the important bit. So we went through the process of looking at how you do that. So reconnecting with Stefan Chalmari, making a gateway into the palace. Now, Stefan and Max have talked about, you know, the history and the way in which we've built those layers up. I'm not going to talk about those. A big part of what we've been doing here, especially a big part of the kind of the ability, the social reading of it. But just physically reconnecting those two elements. We wanted to reinstate the landscape and the circulation and the movement, but also in the style of the palace and then in the sort of the historic style of the palace. And then we wanted to provide a place, a destination, a place to be, not just a way of distributing people around the buildings, but actually for a destination in its own right. So that led us to some initial sketches. This is the idea in which we arrived. We've got a space for the palace, we've got a gateway, we've got distribution, and we've got individual smaller spaces, and a plan that is ever evolving. But this is just an arrangements plan. There's layers to go into this that will detail each of these spaces. But just in terms of trying to build up an arrangement, we're ending up here, which comes from some strict geometry that fits with some of those earlier historic plans. It starts to define the palace itself. We've seen the grandeur of the facade of the palace. It needs a landscape in which it can sit. It needs a landscape that reflects it. It needs a space which can provide that sort of adaptive plaza, as we talked about before, this little grand gathering of people. We've also then got the distribution points to it, and then the outer spaces that now become a park and collect up all the different objects that are there that are important. The church, you know, there's memorial out there. There's a whole story of archaeology going on underneath this. But at the moment, it's just floating in that sea of parking and paraphernalia. So we wanted to collect all of that into one master plan. So it leads us to this, a gateway that is created by green, a gateway that is the massive green rather than built form, and the green offers opportunity within it, but it focuses in on the palace. A large, open, grand space that reflects the scale of the palace. You know, it's competing, but it's not, you know, it's allowing the palace to breathe. It's giving a destination point. The water is a really important one here, because just as a wide open space, you often find that people feel exposed in that, but actually walking around an object, walking around water, again, we want water, as we've discussed, but walking around water is a very engaging way to promenade, and people feel very comfortable doing that. Of course, it can be turned off, and then the space is more flexible. The church is now bedded within a structure in which it's not just floating idly, it's got its own gardens, it becomes part of this composition. There's a route to it, and it becomes a prominent feature, and a beautiful church that it is as well. And then potential for further memorial, and we're aware that there is potential for more memorial here, and some stories to be told of the greater history of Iași. And that could be within this park, that could be part of that archaeology as well. So we go from this, which is not a way you want to necessarily put on a postcard, to this, which is a gateway that is very much a celebration of this city. So in recap, the way we've looked at it is, you know, we've spoken to all of the different partners that we have, the architects, mycologists, and all of those sort of elements help us design it. But the first thing to do is to review what you've got. Go and have a look at the quality of it, go and see what's there, and look at what you're doing and see if it can be reimagined, and then see what you've lost and see if it can be rediscovered. And hopefully that will lead you to, you know, the landscape of the future, which will provide for the society of the future. And that's everything. Thank you very much. I don't know, I've got a couple of minutes. I don't know if thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm hoping someone's going to take you off it. Thanks. I think looking forward to Charles next. It's going to be a happier city.
Având în vedere că urmează unul dintre cele mai așteptate momente de la TILIA 2026, vă provoc la un exercițiu. Vă rog să ridicați mâna dacă aveți cumva un loc liber pe lângă dumneavoastră. Stă foarte multă lume în picioare. Cine e vânătoare de locuri, vă rog foarte mult, orientați-vă, încă vă puteți trecura. Cred că putem respira un pic, 5 minute, suntem așa între prieteni. Vă rog foarte mult să mergeți să vă așezați. Având în vedere că următorul invitat va magnetiza, vrem să-l ascultăm, nu vrem să ratăm nimic din ceea ce spune. Sunt locuri și acolo în spate, încă mai văd mâini ridicate. Vă rog foarte mult, nu rămâneți în picioare, mergeți și așezați-vă, liniștiți. Avem răbdare, nu este nici cea mai mică problemă. Până atunci eu vă povestesc câte ceva ce sunt convinsă că cei mai mulți știți, dar îmi face mare plăcere să mai povestesc un pic de aici de pe scenă unde stă atât de multă lume bună. Invitatul special TILIA 2026 pentru prima dată în România a intrat în 2023 în topul celor mai influenți 100 de urbaniști din lume. Este un autor premiat, urbanist și inițiator de experimente menite să îmbunătățească bunăstarea în orașe din întreaga lume. Poate că știți, a fondat echipa interdisciplinară Happy Cities, care sprijină factori de decizie de pe 4 continente. Îl știți poate din cartea lui de referință Orașul fericit, care explorează intersecția dintre designul urban și știința fericirii. If he's ready, I'm not sure, but you can raise your hand. Okay, everything is good. I would like to welcome to Romania, welcome to Iași, and welcome to TILIA, to Charles Montgomery.